Call to order the City Commission meeting. Today is the 26th of September. It's 6 p.m. I'd ask everybody please silence your phones and please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Frozowski.
Here.
Commissioner Marone.
Here.
Commissioner Grouse.
Here.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla. Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Commissioner, I have a few. I'd like to add a presentation here in the beginning of the meeting prior to audience comments, and we'll talk about what that brief presentation is all about. We'll keep people in suspense. It has to do with the beach and an award. We also want to add a brief update after that from the city manager. I wanted to pull item 3B for further discussion from the consent agenda and make that an action item, and I guess that then becomes action item E as in egg. Okay. Action item A, B, C, D. So E becomes and I've been asked to also add a discussion item on waste bin collection and the change in Pass the Grill as a discussion item. So that becomes discussion item B as in boy.
And what specifically, I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, the waste bin collections in Pass the Grill. Anybody else? Okay, if not, can we have a motion and a second on the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Commissioner Frozowski.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. So let's move to the presentation. So look, the reason I added this, I want to take a moment to share some good news that we have. You know, we talk about a lot of different items in here, with some comfortable, some uncomfortable, but you know, we also always need to make sure we take the time to celebrate our victories and recognize good work that's done and work that's done in our city. So we recently, as a city, were recognized as, again, one of the best beaches in the country. And it's something that we all know, but it's not maybe for a reason that we think about often. So the recognition, if you're not aware, was we were ranked as the #4 beach in the country for having the most species of marine life. So the study was compiled by an organization called HawaiianIslands.com by analyzing crowdsourced data. But what does this mean? And it means that they found that something that we already know, but get ready for this. Of course, St. Pete Beach is a great place, but they also found that we have 366 unique species of birds, reptiles, fish, marine mammals, crustaceans, and others. And that puts us well ahead of many beaches in Florida, most of the beaches in Florida. And #4 in the country, I mean, I think that rating is fantastic, and it's one that we should all be proud of. We're also ranked #2 by the organization for the most marine species spotted, number 4 for the most reptiles spotted at the beach, and number 5 for the most wild birds spotted. So to me, that really reiterates what we know by living here, that a beach is a great asset, it's a great resource that we must continue to safeguard. And of course, this didn't happen overnight. We didn't just wake up one morning and say, hey, let's go take care of the beach. This has been an ongoing effort, lots of work and dedication by all to protect our beach. And you've heard me say before that what differentiates, the key differentiator, I should say, of our city from many others is the beach. Heck, we have beach in our name, in our city's name. And that's really important for all of us. So tonight we have a number of people here. I want to recognize and thank all that have been involved in making and keeping our beach a great place. We have members of the city's beach team here. We have representatives from the Sea Turtle Trackers. We have the Falkensteins. We have Joe and Teresa. We have Dan Roethlisberger from our Beach Stewardship Committee. We have Ayako, who's our beach manager. We invited the Audubon Society. They're not here, but we wanted to recognize them for all the work they do with skimmers and marine life. So lots of folks, as well as all of us as residents, I know, are involved. We have many residents I know that walk the beach daily on their own initiative to, unfortunately, there's too much garbage to pick up, but they pick up garbage, they keep it clean. We have our commercial institutions on the beach. They have the various programs, and even some of our visitors, also when they come visit, they take care of the beach. So this all makes our beach a great place, and as the saying goes, it takes a community. And let's not stop now. Excuse me, there's always more to be done. Excuse me. So, again, thank you to all, and congratulations. Excuse me. And I think we have a couple of plaques for recognition, and we'll take a picture. And anyway, that's the good news I wanted to share. That's a great rating and a great result.
Your crew can come up here. We've got a certificate for you.
Bring the whole team.
Bring the whole team, as you should.
It's hard for the whole team, but it's a nice, it's a start. Come on, Melinda, get on here. Why don't you give this to Joan, please? How you doing? Good. Good. Thank you. Can I just say one thing?
Yes, please.
You know, I'd like to thank the commission, hi Ward, because here's why. The year was roughly 1978, and that was when the first turtle nest was found on the beach. And I used to jog the beach every morning looking for them. 1979, Danny Walker let me use his Jeep, so that made it a lot easier. And then as the years went on, that continued. And when I was sitting where one of you gentlemen were sitting, I was getting ready to retire, and Ron McKinney knew that. And he looked at me, and he said, one day somebody's going to be upset because of what you've done politically. So we're going to fix it so they can never stop you from riding on the beach, and we're going to pass a resolution. And I don't remember the year. But I'd like to thank the city, because without your help, I couldn't fulfill my dreams. And thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Bruno. Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, I just want to recognize Commissioner Falkenstein. He served many, many years. Served when I first came on the commission in 1994, he was there. And Bruno, many, many years serving the city. We appreciate all that you've done as commissioner and vice mayor, and now staying involved with the city, as well as your business and everything your family's done. So I think it's great that he's coming back. It's still a part of everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we also have another plaque for the Audubon Society, but as I said, they couldn't be here, so we'll give that to them. And again, thank you to our beach team, our extended beach team, and the Beach Advisory Committee. I know the beach team is up bright and early, so 6 o'clock meeting is actually late for them, so they couldn't make it today. But again, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the city manager update.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to say farewell to the City Commission and to the residents from these days. First, I wanted to thank the Mayor and the City Commission who in February 2019 entrusted me to be the City Manager for St. Pete Beach. Mayor Al Johnson, Commissioner Melinda Pletcher, Commissioner Tara Finnerty, Commissioner Doug Iso, and Commissioner Ward Frislowski were the members of that commission, and I really thank them for having me the opportunity to have served here. Over the years, I've served with many other commissioners, some for longer, some for shorter periods, but I have enjoyed working with all of you. It's been a true honor to be here. During the last 4 years, the city has had unprecedented success, and today our infrastructure is so much better than it was before. Our reserve finances are at an all-time high, and the city operations have improved significantly. The accomplishments are too many to mention, but we have now positions and roles that never contemplated before that now are part of our culture, including the beach manager you just mentioned today. We now have a PIO, we have a procurement manager, things that were not in place before, and I think those things have moved the city forward. I came to the conclusion after discussing with some of the commissioners that a separation agreement was in the best interest of the city, the staff, and myself, and consistent with the requests, I have, my attorney and I have completed and signed off an agreement that was guided by the city attorney from the city side that is consistent with the 7 requirements and 7 discussions that the city have had at the time. I also want to thank all of the residents and the staff members who have been very supportive over the last 4.5 years. And also, over the most recent period, the amount of support and love that I have received from employees and from residents as they say farewell has really been very touching. And these are memories that will take forever with me. And all I have to say is that it's been really a great experience, and I will always stay in touch. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Alex.
I would just like to say thank you for your service. It's been 4.5 years, but a lot of things that we've accomplished, and thank you for all your hard work and dedication over those years.
Thank you.
I would like to agree with everything that Commissioner Frislowski just said. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you for these 3.5 years that I've been a commissioner up here. I think that we've gotten a lot of good things done in the city, and I really appreciate all your hard work and all your help.
And I'd just like to, again, pass on my thanks. We spoke earlier today, but thank you for all your efforts and contributions to the city over the last 4.5 years. As you point out, there's a lot of things that have been implemented, and a lot of things that have changed and improved, and we're moving down the road on the right path. So thank you for your hard work and dedication and long hours. Appreciate it, and wish you all the best for the future.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have one comment card on this.
Oh, okay.
Melinda Pletcher.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Melinda Pletcher, 2281 East Vina Del Mar. Okay, it's weird. Just Melinda. So, and this is like really creepy. But anyway, you try so hard, like, when you come out of that seat, to kind of just integrate yourself back into the community as just Melinda, just a resident. And then you look back on the last 6 months that I haven't been serving, and I'm like, a lot's happened. There's some Kool-Aid being served. It's like I recognize all the faces. I don't recognize the people behind the faces. And I'm looking at where we're going, and it just comes to mind that you don't know how lucky you are until you've lost something valuable. And when I think of Alex Ray, and this being his last week in our city, and under, I think, inappropriate, horrific circumstances, I think it's important for all of us to recognize who he is and what he actually has done for the city, because I don't think Joe Public understands it. And so I wrote down some things, and they seem, just almost hardly worth saying, because I think that we all do know it. We just chose to not recognize it. And so when we went through the, what was that process that we went through where we attribute assessments, and we were trying to identify what we were looking for in a city manager, in our charter officers. It's the most important job we have as a commission and as a city to make sure we have the best of the best in all three of those positions. And when we did the attribute assessments on Alex, he came so prepared, had so much experience, so much leadership, and he brought it to us, and he brought a higher level of intellect, of innovative ideas and processes. He helped us survive a Category 5 hurricane threat that we have not had to experience before. He helped us survive and thrive under the pandemic with the cancel culture, remote working conditions, the supply chain issues, all the things that went along with the pandemic, and he thrived. He got our city functioning and still succeeding under those horrific conditions. You think of red tide situations that we've had to do. Every single time he's utilized all the resources that are out there for us to continue to thrive and to benefit our city. And even something as simple as the Gulf Boulevard project, he met with Duke Energy and consultants, and they sat down and they saved our city $1 million just on that project alone. But anyway, I just want to say, Alex, I have a laundry list. It could be like 10 pages long. You have been such an asset to our city, and I'm so grateful for the time that you spent here and the tireless effort that you spent trying to bring a positive change. And you lived in our city, you patronized our businesses, you integrated yourself into our communities, and I'll be forever grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a volume button on that thing?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to audience comments, please.
Mark Garrick.
Yes.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Garrick. I live on at 431 78th Avenue. Been a resident in that home for 32 years now, since 1991. In the last 2 years, the parking situation has gotten unbearable on my block. They've come through and put parking on one side, taken half our parking away, only parking on one side. I've talked to Chris a couple of times over this. This is not acceptable, the way this is working. We seem to be the overflow parking from a restaurant down the street. When they have too many customers and they fill their parking up, they come down our street and they're taking up our valuable parking, what's left of it. This is not fair to me and my neighbors by any means. And I hope you guys recognize this. I think we need permit parking. I think it's the only solution that's going to work for me and my neighbors. It's done at Pass the Grill. It's done by Up and Beach. This is not. Most of my neighbors have talked to me, and I don't like having to come here and complain. I've never been here before, and hopefully this will be my last time here to get this problem fixed with you guys. Hopefully you'll take this into consideration and do the right thing here by us. I'll cut this short.
All right. Thank you. City Manager, could we have the parking department look? I mean, is there a particular problem with that street?
I am not familiar, but I can have Michelle or somebody from the parking, I'll get back to him
And
tomorrow.
the way it's done at Up and Beach, from what I'm understanding, it's a 8-hour parking, and it's strictly enforced, and it's a $90 fine, from what I've seen on the signs over there.
Yeah, that is true. We have several areas of the city with private parking is by permit only, and we can work with you and your neighbors to come up with something.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Deb Scheckner.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Deborah Schechner, Bocasago Drive in St. Pete Beach, Florida. We need to protect all that wildlife that we're number 4 for. And perhaps, with all those tall buildings, they will be at threat again. I want to state it again. Hotels are not guaranteed the units, keys they are asking for. They're not. That has to be approved by you. So if you think 75 units per acre is good, pretty sure most of the people in the audience and in the city will not agree to that. Remember, you got the power. We don't seem to use it. We seem to just kowtow to whatever the hotels, whatever development wants. And it starts with TRC, goes to the board, and comes to you. So it's very interesting. The vision statement. The City of St. Pete Beach strives to maintain our distinct sense of community values that forces an environment in innovation, resiliency, sustainability, and inspiration. Doesn't say too much. City of St. Pete Beach mission statement is committed to ensuring an optimal quality of life for its community by protecting our beaches, family-friendly environment, while being respectful of our history. That says to me 75 units won't work either. Then I got this from a friend of mine, and it was about the 30-year plan. And I did partake. I think Mr. Ray held some of these meetings in the beginning. And when I look at, here's all about economic development. Number 1 is tourism. Under community and neighborhoods, it says small town vibe. How do you get 75 units per acre and a small town vibe to mesh? I don't see it happening. What I thought was really interesting is that all of this, with the exception of a few down to here, are all about staff. Staff has more X's than the residents. Some of the residents' items. Locally owned businesses. Very few chains. Unique combo of mom and pop and corporate owned type stays, meaning hotels. Residents don't want all these chains that are coming into our city. It takes away the uniqueness. It makes us like pretty much everybody else. It's sad when you see a McDonald's in a beautiful city in Europe. It's like, what? But they allow that to happen. We don't have to allow that to happen. I think we need to take notice of what the residents want. We pay 80% of the taxes and more. And, on another page, here's the residents, sparse. No problem.
That's the new timer.
Sparse.
If you could wrap up, please.
Hey, I'm cool with it. Sparse, but then a whole lot of things that the staff is suggesting. Chamber had a few things, businesses had several, and usually that's, pretty legitimate because it's small local businesses, which in my opinion is really important for our community to keep us unique. We don't want to be like everybody else. That's the beauty of St. Pete Beach, and I keep thinking, we're what? Maybe a mile wide.
Thank you. If you could wrap up.
Okay, still says 3 minutes.
Thank you.
No, I'm not done.
No,
I
you-
just want to
you're-
say thank you.
Thank you, you're
to
done.
the-
Thank
I know.
you.
Thank you to the Flamingos.
Thank you, you're
I'm
done.
so happy to see them, and I hope it's wonderful.
You're done. Thank you. Come on. We have rules of decorum
Me.
that you need to follow.
You know what? You don't need to be doing that. Thank you. You let other people go over. That's interesting, huh? Well, they had extra time.
Dominica DeAndrea.
Hi. My name is Dominica DeAndrea, and I live on 78th. And I'm here to support Mark and support our neighborhood, our little neighborhood. I'm taking care of my mom. She's 83, and so when the cars are all lined up in front of, there's no space even for Laura, the postal lady, to get in to drop the mail. There's cars all over the place. So I'm just to make it real quick and short. I don't know, something, they took off parking on the other side, so now there's only parking on our side of the street on top of that. But if I have to call the ambulance for my mom, and she's had cancer, she's got stents, I mean, I've got things, they can't even roll up. those people in the restaurants, I'm sorry, just to make it real quick, they wouldn't get up and move real fast, so that the ambulance could get my mom out of the house. So all this, I know Mark spoke about it already, so I don't have to repeat myself, but that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I have no other cards.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then to the consent agenda, and just to recap, the consent now is items A and C. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Commissioner Frizlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to action items. Item A, which is the 6th addendum to the Suncoast Beach Trolley Agreement for full year 2024 service.
Yes, Vice Mayor. This is the annual renewal of the agreement with the PSTA. As you all know, our agreement with the PSTA is on a pay-for-service basis. And we are basically recommending approval of this agreement. We do expect a change in the proposed fiscal year 24 budget where the PSTA is going to be meeting on September 27, tomorrow, to discuss the termination of the CAT service. And given their financial situation, as I'm sure you have read in the newspaper, we do expect that action to go forward. The agreement does provide for, if that action goes forward, the amount automatically gets reduced by $82,000. And then you'll have the ability to reallocate that money later on throughout the year. But basically, then after that, your services will be the Suncoast Trolley, which goes north-south, the Route 90, which is a route that gets used by a lot of the employees in the business community, and then for the demand response transportation services that services the handicap in the community. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
So after the meeting, the PSTA meeting, we'll be informed on what their plan is and how they plan to move forward. Because if I remember, they had a pretty significant or rather large budget deficit that they needed to
Correct.
cover.
And this agreement automatically rolls whatever changes they put into place.
Okay.
I would
Question?
like to get an update whenever we can, whenever we hear something, if we can just, you let us know.
Okay. Then,
We need a motion.
No, I do not have comments.
okay. Any audience comments? We don't. So if not, then I'll ask for, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute the addendum to the Suncoast Beach Trolley Agreement for fiscal year 2024 transit service.
Second the motion.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Frizlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla,
Yes.
motion carries.
I would
Okay.
like to thank the city manager for whittling this down over the years. I mean, this is something we've been working on, since freebie. And I'm not sure anybody's going to miss the CAT service since we have Sunrunner now, so,
I think Commissioner Marone can tell you nobody in Paso Grill misses it.
yeah.
Yeah, when I got here, we were paying about $670,000
Yeah.
to PSTA, which in today's cost would have been over $1 million.
Yeah.
So we basically have, scaled down by about 70% of the cost of that. And not only is the money side, but I believe that those buses just added to the traffic problem as opposed to help with the traffic problem in areas like Paso Grill.
Removing those huge buses from the small roads that we have in Paso Grill was very, very beneficial to the residents, for sure. those empty buses.
Yeah, right.
That's the key to it.
Shall we move on? Action item B, Gulf Boulevard undergrounding Phase 1, change order 2.
Yeah, I think Mike is here, so he can help with that item and the force maintain item, and then the, and also 4E, which is the Paso Grill construction phase services amounts, right?
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Clark's going to stay here for the whole meeting, but your discussion item on the waste bin pickup in Paso Grill, that would probably be appropriate for at least some, Mr. Clark to be involved in that discussion. So if he plans on being here for the whole thing and he can stay for that, that's great. Otherwise, I'd ask maybe that we want to bump that up so that we can get the full value of that discussion.
Mr. Clark, did you plan to stay the entire meeting with us?
I serve at the pleasure of the commission and the city manager. I'm perfectly happy to remain. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
I think that means he's staying.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to this item.
Absent any questions, do I hear a motion to approve?
What do you do, Mike?
I will, I'll go.
For the benefit of the commission, describe the kind of activities that
Yes.
that have been added into this change order. There are two pieces to this, and let me just help frame it. One is we had a contingency amount built into the contract for this work. Every time that you're doing any kind of construction activity where you are digging underground, you need to have a contingency because you don't know what you're going to run into. And so it's good business practice to have a contingency amount. A lot of the contingency has been consumed, and Mike will walk you through that. The second question, there really is a separate question from the original. The approval of the change order is whether we put money back into a contingency amount for that. It is not required. Some level of contingency is probably good to have because the project is 70% done, probably thereabouts. So there could still be other things that we run into, but yeah. So if you don't mind, I think we'll address each item separately. So first, Mike will describe the uses of the change order.
So there are 7 itemized items there. The first 4 deal with the complexity of trying to design something that where we think we know everything. We know every distance, we know every connection, we know every curve, we know where all the hidden utilities are. And then we dig a hole and we find out, well, we really don't know where everything is. We've got to make longer runs, we've got to turn corners, we've got to make radiuses and buy extra equipment and spend extra time making the system functional. And so what you see on the first 4 items are itemized lists of time and materials that the contractor expensed in order to proceed with the project. And as we have discussed before, when we're in construction and we're moving along on a daily basis, when we hit something, it's always advantageous for the city in both time and money to proceed. Where it stands good reason. And so we did proceed with those 4 items, and that's the gist of the whole thing. So are there any questions I can answer regarding the first 4 items? The 6th item, I'm going to jump down to number 6, irrigation, unmarked irrigation repairs. That's something that we encounter for property owners who have irrigation systems out there. We all know that only the landscaping companies that maintain them really know where they are. They're not marked. We hit them. And we owe it to our residents, our citizens, our businesses to repair that which we hit that we did not know was there. And so that's the gist of and it's multiple locations. Every property's got irrigation. And so that's the gist of item number 6. Items number 5 and 7 are together. Items 5 and 7 have not been executed. Well, I take that back. Item 5 has been to a great extent, but item 7 is not. This has to do with space, and it has specifically to do with the vertical and horizontal space underneath the sidewalk on the east side of Gulf Boulevard for the majority. In other words, all the other utilities that exist beat us to the space, and that space is full. So when you have stormwater, sanitary, potable water, electrical, communications, there are vertical and horizontal separation distances, and there are cover depth distances also. And when you try to plug all of those utilities and match them up to their vertical and horizontal alignments, and then you try to put a new one through there, sometimes it just doesn't work. So rather than just throw our hands up and say, well, this isn't going to work, we said, well, let's actually dig up 7 different locations by hand and find out exactly what's going on and verify the as-built of other utility providers. And that's, none of my guys are going to win a Pulitzer Prize for taking great photographs, but the photographs do speak to the difficulty of the dig and the locations of other utilities that were encountered, and in some cases locations where they were not encountered, which was critical information for us because that's where we can go. We did not fit underneath the sidewalk, and we requested to DOT that we be allowed to extend our project and drill our conduit underneath the bicycle lane. After much discussion and proof of our evidence of not being able to do otherwise, they agreed. Not the best of solutions, but it was pretty much the only solution that the entire team of engineers and construction contractors could come up with, and DOT agreed with us. And so that's item 84 is the exploratory dig to verify the fact that we actually could drill our utilities in underneath the bicycle lane and get this project completed. Item 7 is the penalty that we pay for digging up FDOT's road. They have very strict engineering requirements. I don't disagree with them. That's the reason why their roads stand up so well for so long, is because they do follow very strong engineering requirements for construction and reconstruction. And in the back of the change order, there is a very detailed itemized list of precisely and exactly what the costs are that have to be done for the tasks that we have to do to reconstruct the FDOT's road. And so that pretty much sums up the 7 items that we have here for.
Yeah, so let me kind of walk you through the numbers. So all of this change order has a value of $497,287.03. We had leftover on that contingency that we talked about initially. We have $233,000 left on that contingency. So in order to pay for everything in this change order, we need to allocate an additional $263,741.03. That's the minimum that we need to do that. As I discussed the second this decision that the commission can make tonight is, given that we're some 70-some percentage close to the completion of the project, do we put an additional contingency into the project in case something else happens? Mike is recommending that we put $200,000, so not as big as the original contingency amount, but an amount that allows for some of the other eventualities that can still happen between now and the end of the project. So decision number 1 is approving the change order. Decision number 2 is, do we put a contingency amount into the project?
So is any of this work done?
Items, excuse me, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are done. They are complete. Item 5 was the potholing work, so that's complete. Item 7 has not started.
The big one.
So 1 through 6 is done, so to me, we're liable for it. I don't know if there's much of a decision. We say no, we'll get sued for not paying our bills, I would think. And item 7, seems to me we need to make good with FDOT. It's an FDOT road, and as you said, we dug it up because we needed to. We need to do the work, and we got to put it back to FDOT standards, and that's the price tag to put it back in shape.
That's correct.
So I think on the first question, to me, I don't think there's much of a debate, because it's really a retroactive approval we should be asking for, since the work's already done. And there was one item in here which I didn't, and I'm sorry, I was looking for it. One of the time and material sheets said that we had High Power went out to buy equipment because Duke didn't provide it, so they went and bought it. And I guess from a timing standpoint, that's probably the best thing to do. But was Duke supposed to pay for it and buy it and provide it? Do we have a claim on Duke?
So Duke provided that which they knew that they needed to per the original design. When we started to find out that we needed more equipment, they did not have that, and so we had to go out and get it.
So that's on us, not Duke.
That's on us also, yes. Had Duke actually purchased it, we would have bought that. We would have bought that also. So either way, we would have paid for that material.
Understood. Okay. And last question, will this take care of the slope or the lack of water flow and runoff by the Regency condos, which is about 55th?
Well, there's two parts to the answer. The first part is the road restoration will match the existing grade. So the second part of the answer is if the existing grade is not is holding water, then our repair will hold water, unless we go back to DOT and say, guys, you need to pay us or allow us to reset your gutter, your curb line, so that the elevations will flow. So we have to make a determination as to whether or not we have a settlement, and that would be a DOT costed issue that we would probably make some arrangement with them financially to make the repairs as part of our process, or whether or not there is not a settlement, and then we just pave it. So either way, we're going to keep a very sharp eye out on that, because we know that it was an issue for that particular condominium association.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't see any change in time for this? They're not asking for any
They're not asking for any additional time.
And what's the contract completion date then for this?
Oh, geez. I think it's December 30th coming around.
Okay. And that's why you want to add more back to the contingency in case something comes up, because inevitably digging underground, something else is going to come up.
As
And
the city manager pointed out, we're about 70%. There's still more digging to go. There's still more unknowns that we may discover.
Yeah.
I think $200,000 based on what we have discovered so far is probably a pretty well-balanced approach. Maybe we hit nothing.
Right.
Maybe I'm standing here telling you that we hit something.
Where are we from an overall project standpoint? So are we overspent because we've gone through the contingency, which was supposed to last us for the entire project? I mean, stuff happens and we need to do.
So the overall project, meaning the entire undergrounding of on the boulevard, we have now entered into agreements with Duke for 75th all the way to 45th. Okay, there's still one more agreement with Duke that is going to carry us from 35th to 45th, the last 10 blocks, between 45th and the Bayway. That section is still being designed, so we don't have a binding cost estimate from Duke. So that piece is missing. We also need the construction services to put the conduit in equivalent to what this contract is. On the north side, we're going to have a similar contract on the south side that needs to be allocated for. the contract with Duke for 45th to 55th has already been paid for. Right now, we got $3.8 million left in the amount of money that we got allocated from the county. Plus, we have put $1 million in our budget. I believe it's in fiscal year 25, to supplement the $3.8 million that we have. So we got 4.8 minus the 200 plus 263, 400,000 that we're going to be taking out today. The portion of the work, the only good news is that the portion of the work south between 35th and 45th is not as intense as the rest of the infrastructure. If you visually look at that area, there's really not that much there as you will find in other places, but we're still dealing with an unknown in terms of what those numbers are going to be like, and the construction piece has to get bidded again, probably sometime in the next 6 to 8 months. We have to put another bid for that to be done. So it's a lot of information. It's not an exact number because I can't tell you what those estimates are going to be. If we just kind of prorate that the numbers based on what we're already paying, that's what we added in the million. Not knowing that we had this for 60, so you might have to add another $500,000 in 2 years from now. Round numbers that should get you very close to the project total.
Any other questions?
I have 2 questions.
Please. Mayor, please go ahead.
So looking at the additional large items, the first question is, how were these not identified in the original survey and design stages? And the second question I have is this the project former Commissioner Pletcher was referring to that we saved $1 million?
As to the second question, yes.
Yeah.
As to the first question, the subsurface utility locations, SUE is the nickname for it. We do explore and we do dig holes during the design process in order to locate that which we have been told by other utility providers exists. They have their as-built, so I'm talking about FDOT sanitary, Pinellas County power, water, our own reclaimed water, Frontiers, drilled cables, and anybody else we know that's there, Tico Gas. And so we'll go out and we'll locate those. But we have found in the past that no utility provider has perfect as-builts, and we do find differences in the field that are separate either vertically or horizontally from what the as-built drawings are showing us. And in some cases, for example, the communications providers, when they drill their lines, we have general vertical information, but not precise vertical information. They can be off by as much as 12 inches vertically. They can be off by as much as 1.5 feet horizontally. So while we do pretty good field investigations, it would be virtually impossible on the project of this size to locate everything. And then, of course, there's the irrigation lines that even if we did ask where they were, we would just get general approximations.
I think point number 5 said something also about being able to obtain easements. Did that contribute to this as well?
Yes. In some of the locations, we did obtain easements, but because of the proximity of building structures and existing utilities, and we were unable to use those easements, and that drove us into the bicycle lane. And so if you take a look at one of the pictures in there, it's kind of like there's 3 sections. There's a southern section, a northern section, and a center section. The northern and the southern sections are where we have to move into the bicycle lane. The center section, we discovered that we can remain underneath the sidewalk.
Mayor Petrilla, did you have any other comments or questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Clark.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say, this is unfortunately the situation we get into with any utility project, St. Pete Beach or anybody else. When you do an underground work, surveys only show what's above ground. You have to do subsurface soil investigation to find the underground stuff, but you can't possibly dig it all up. If they dug it all up a year or two ago to help us know how to design it, you'd have a whole different problem then. So there's no good answer to it. It's frustrating. I mean, this is a lot of money. It's a change order of almost $500,000, especially when you look at it in relation to the contract sum. The contract's only $2.2 million. I guess my only other question would be, who is vetting this out to make sure that, so we've now identified a scope of work that the dollars are fair per the contract. Is that your department or an engineer who's designed this? Who vets that out? Because that's the real issue, is making sure we're at least being treated fairly once we understand what that new work is.
Yes, the vetting of the contractor's costs are, so the scope of work, how many linear feet, for example, we're going to add to the contract is field verified by our inspector.
Okay.
So they actually go out and measure it. The contractor says it's 601 feet. Our field inspector says, yes, I verify that that's 601 feet. When we're talking about the costs for DOT, they're vetted by the DOT and our engineer of record and our department, all 3 of us, and I have to agree, we meet on that and we agree on that. With other costs that High Power submits, our engineer of record reviews the submittal, our inspector verifies the quantities that are being incorporated, and our department reviews the mathematics.
Meeting the unit prices that are in the contract.
Right, we make sure that the price being quoted is the price that was agreed upon in the contract, and the linear feet, the mathematics work.
Okay.
So as I said earlier, I think to the city manager, to your point, to the 2 parts, really items 1 through 7 are done. Well, 1 through 6 are done. 7 we're committed, seems we're committed to do. I don't think FDOT would allow us just to not build back to their standards, and it's their road. So then really the question is, how much contingency do you put back in at this point, if any? I mean, it could be 0 to
200.
To 200.
So we need 2 motions?
No, one motion, but
We'll do it one.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
And I move to approve the $263,741.03 for the change order number 2, and an additional $200,000 for replenishment of the contingency to the purchase agreement with High Power, Inc. for the construction of the electrical undergrounding project on Gulf Boulevard, 55th to 75th.
Do we have a second?
Technically, the change order number is the one on page 52.
I'm reading it out of
Yeah,
that.
they're all part of change order number 2.
Okay.
All of the subset items are
Just
part
want
of.
to make sure we're going with the right number. I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I received no cards.
Okay, then can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item C, which is the City of St. Pete Beach renewal of our cybersecurity insurance proposal with Brown & Brown.
Yes, and first I apologize. This is a kind of last minute, but we didn't really get a quote until very recently. About a year ago, our regular insurance carrier, PRM, basically told us that they were not going to insure us for cyber risk anymore. So we had to go into the market and find a provider for that, which we did last year. So we selected Brown & Brown to be the provider for that service. And this basically is the renewal of that policy. We are getting a little bit of a discount based on some of the efforts that we had done to date and some of the things that we're planning to do in the budget. The discount is not a significant discount. It's 5% on $45,000. It's $2,000 or $3,000 of a discount. But it's really important to have this policy because the hackers haven't stopped attacking different municipalities. You probably hear about, I would say, 20% of the actual hits that happen. A lot of the things that are happening are just basically going under the radar. People, especially on the private side, people don't want to be disclosing that they got hacked and they had to pay amounts. But it is a real threat in the business community and the municipal world as well for security. And this basically covers any loss of data, any ransom payments that have to be done. And I recommend that we renew this policy.
Any questions, comments?
The reason we're getting the 5% discount, is that because we've put some more security?
We have put more security, and we have a plan. I've also joined as you know, the state program where they're giving us $70,000 worth of value in terms of security improvements. So it's all a combination of that. When you do this kind of assessments, they give you a security questionnaire, right? So it's kind of like you do at home with your own policies. You got this, you got this, you got this, or either you have it or you plan on having it in the near future, and that's how they rate your policy.
Which says then in the converse, if there are certain items that we don't implement, they could come back and raise the rates, and we could lose some of that 5%.
So our obligation at that point is to tell them, no, there's been a change in our security protocol, and we're no longer doing X, Y, and Z, and they'll say, okay, then your premium has to change to a different number.
I would guess that the more security we had in place, the better rate we would get.
Yes, and the experience that you have. Remember, they're coming in about 2.5 years into us being hacked. So it's like when you have an accident. If you go through many years without an accident, you start getting a better rate.
I had a question on page 189 of the packet. I didn't quite understand. I'm not an insurance expert, but we're acknowledging we're the non-admitted carrier, and I'm not sure what that, if anything, means to us. Page 189 of the packet.
I don't know either. I'm sorry to tell you.
City attorney or assistant city attorney, would you know what that?
Yeah, we weren't given this policy for review.
It's per Florida statute.
Well, I guess it was the last sentence. Persons insured by surplus line carriers are not protected by the Florida Insurance Guarantee Association with respect to any right of recovery for the obligation of an insolvent, unlicensed insurer.
Yeah. Surplus line carriers are treated different than Florida corporations that are corporations licensed to sell insurance in the state of Florida. They're allowed to sell insurance, but if they go belly up, FIGA will not take over and step into their shoes to adjust losses and pay claims.
So then, by what you said, then Brown & Brown is using underwriters that are out of state.
Well, it's not just underwriters, it's the carrier. they're licensed to do business in the state of Florida and sell insurance in the state of Florida, but they won't have surplus line carriers. Sometimes you have to get a surplus lines carrier because no one else will write.
Right, that's what.
And that's really the circumstances, certain types of risks that you can only get one or two carriers to even write it, and 99% of the time they're surplus line carriers. So you just don't get 100% of the protections that you would otherwise get.
Understood.
Insurance companies don't like taking risks.
Yeah. They take premiums,
They
though.
like to take the premium. They don't want to pay anything going out. That's kind of the bottom line.
Yeah. All right. Well, Commissioner Morrow, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? Mayor Petrillo, anything?
Just going back to the city attorney's comment, you did not have an opportunity to review this contract?
Matthew.
Is that normal for us to receive a contract with Commissioner Falcone?
It was a last-minute ad. We received it a few days ago. Based on the termination date, it was
Okay, so it's a termination date that's causing the rush?
So this is a renewal, right? Correct. So it's a renewal. We've used this. We've had this policy, so we're renewing it. They just walked it on. We haven't. I mean, this is a very important insurance. Obviously, we can make sure that it's calendared. We've actually been talking in our office about having our own tickler system on some of these contracts, so that we make sure that we have a chance to put our eyes on them before they get to the commission. But I lived through this. I lived through this cyber attack that Alex referenced, and it wasn't fun. And I'm not sure the circumstances why PRM dropped it. They may not be covering anybody. I don't know, but it's critical.
So the two things we would like to see as a commission is, number one, the deck sheet, so we can match the deck sheet up to the prior policy to make sure that we have the same dollar value of coverage and the same coverage items. And then if there are mandatory endorsements to the new policy that weren't part of the old policy, that either add coverage for a certain price or somehow exclude or limit coverage, we'd like to see those.
Okay.
Certainly the body of the policy is likely going to be a form body, but if we can see the deck sheet ahead of time and any mandatory endorsements that may materially affect coverage.
Right. Sure. I mean, we'll make sure that we take a look at it, and we're involved with the PRM coverage, but this is a policy that's outside of PRM. So, but I think we should look at it as well.
This policy lapses October 1st, though, correct?
Correct.
Or it just,
That's
Yeah,
why.
which is why we need to.
I mean, it came at the
tonight.
last minute, but yeah.
Okay, if no other questions or comments, do we have a motion and a second?
I'd move to approve the city manager to renew the cybersecurity insurance proposal with Brown & Brown.
second?
City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I have no cards.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrella,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move to the next item, item D, which is the Force Main 10 Change Order 1.
This change order is for paving. And it's for paving that we would have done under our annual paving contract, but since we ripped up the road to put in the force main and do the repair out there on a storm pipe collapse, we thought it would be prudent to go ahead and take care of that paving now rather than just close it up temporarily and then come back again. These prices are consistent with our annual paving program contracts, although you will notice that the cost of the super pave asphalt contract line 6 is a little bit higher, but the industry has definitely gone, their costs have gone up on asphalt and concrete significantly in the last year. So much so to the point where the annual paving contract that we have, the contractor will no longer honor it.
And this is one of those owner-generated change orders. It's an owner-generated change order because
We asked for
when Mike and I saw the patching that they were going to have to do on Boca Ciega between Corey and 75th, so there's going to be two patches, one connecting there through the intersection and the other one connected at the far end of Boca Ciega and 75th. We basically concluded that it's just, if you're going to be doing all of that, might as well bite the bullet. That road needs to be redone, and the intersection needed to be redone. So this basically completes that section. So while we're paying more money, we're really getting work done that normally would have just go into another contractor and be done, and we probably end up spending more money because we would have done the patches, and then we'd have to come back 6 months or a year later and do the final road. So it's kind of a slightly different situation because this one we did have the choice, but we had to make a decision on the spot because when we saw that they were going to be doing patches, I think you will eventually, in the long run, you're saving money by doing this.
We would have spent probably in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 patching, and then we would have lost that money because we would have ripped it up later to repave it. So in the end state, this having done this the way the city manager says actually saves the city money.
And the work's already been completed.
The work is completed. It's right out here in front of the marketplace. And I think it's a very nice job.
Well, that stretch of road, almost as long as I've lived here, has not been in good shape between the work that was done for the Sunrunner and then prior to that. And I mean, as you know, it's just...
It has taken a beating.
It has taken a beating.
And it's a very high traffic road.
I guess the only question I have, and you know, these are the right decisions. The process says these expenditures over $25,000 should come to the commission, and I'm not saying that we should have stopped the work. I mean, you know, it's the decision, the right decision. We save mobilization, we save money, but it doesn't follow our process, and it's something I think we should take a look at, so that
I think
we don't have these retroactive approvals.
More and more, I think we need to just build in flexibility in some of these contracts because you can't really stop the contractor and say, well, wait for 2 weeks and we'll get back to you in 2 weeks. So that's not practical. So we need to change the process to allow for practical issues that happen in the construction industry every day. Yeah.
And if we could figure out how to move it southbound on Boca Ciega over to that crater that we have at 64th and Gulf Winds, that would be great.
I have been told that our patching paving contractor intends to mobilize tomorrow for 64th Avenue. I was going to send you a note earlier, but I figured you were probably already on your way here.
I'm glad because I heard rumors that residents were willing to go and patch it up themselves, but I'm not going to
Well, I can always call the contractor off. We save a few bucks there.
And as long as they address the, as I call the chicanes down the road on there too, but.
Yes,
Okay.
that patch has been a sore spot, and we've been on the contractor to try to mobilize.
Because
Sometimes it's hard to get into their schedule.
Okay, that's a different discussion. Any more questions or comments on this one?
I
If not,
move to approve the $72,052.80 for the change order number 1 with Roland Inc. for the construction of the Force Main 10 replacement.
a second. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I have no cards.
Anyone? Okay, if not, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Frislowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We move now to item E, which is the seawall, which is was 3B in the consent, which is the Pass-a-Grille Way and 17th Avenue seawall construction phase services.
The engineer of record that does the design for our projects is almost always requested to continue through the construction phase of the project to continue to render engineering services. Some of the examples include approving material submittals. Contractors can submit something that might not be in accordance with the specifications that the engineer of record required, and they will catch that during the submittal process. We have weekly progress meetings and sometimes bi-weekly progress meetings. They will attend those, take their minutes to make sure that any of the questions that come up are properly answered through a request for information process that we have in the construction world. Just generally make sure that the project is inspected and constructed as it was designed.
And Mike, could you explain to the commission as to why our in-house engineers are not set to perform that role? So they can understand why, what we do in-house versus what we contract out, because it's important for them to understand.
We have 3 engineers on staff, myself, the city manager, and our electrical engineer.
I'm Brett.
City engineer, Brett, 3.
Brett, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's yourself, but
4,
I don't know if you're going to get out there in the field with me.
Yeah.
So it's just time-wise physically impossible to ask our city engineer to go out there with his professional engineer stamp and stamp on top of the engineer of record's drawing. That just does not happen. The engineer of record owns that drawing by their professional expertise, and they are due the opportunity to follow that project through. That's our industry standard. And our inspector, however, is a partner in that process. And so we are all partners in that process. But the engineer of record is the one that says, yes, this is the answer to the contractor's question in accordance with the specifications that I designed the project to. Yes, this material conforms to the specifications of the project that I designed it to. They're putting their professional engineer stamp on top of all of those engineering activities, and that protects us, the owner.
So we have a design firm, an engineering firm, excuse me, a construction firm.
Oh, correct.
Sorry, that we approved the $2.2 million to change the group from somewhere down south in Gibsonton that we talked over a couple of meetings. And now this is Stantec?
This is the same engineering firm that designed it, yes.
So Stantec is the designer. So what's the total cost of this project? What's the budgeted amount? Because we're doing this, seems to be in pieces.
It'll be the 3 pieces together. It'll be the original design, it will be the construction contract as it's expensed, and it will be this contract to oversee that construction.
So it's like around, it was around 2.8.
For the construction.
Right.
Right.
2.8.
Right.
So this is another 100, roughly. And then how much was the design?
Do you remember?
Wow.
I don't remember.
I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been about 3 years.
Okay.
But on a project this size, probably another 200?
I was going to say at least 200.
I'm thinking maybe in a 230 range.
Yeah.
Right.
We had a lot of issues with permitting that cost extra money.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, everybody in the 3-letter agencies at the state and federal level were in on the permitting of this project.
Now, nothing to do with this change order, but it has to do with this project. Because of the effects of the last storm, there are residents in Pass-a-Grille that are asking us to whether we're going to raise the entire seawall all throughout from 1st through 12, 13, I think is the end of that section, to the 5-foot navity that we have set up a standard for any reconstructed seawalls. This project that you approved, the $2.8 million, while it repairs the worst portions of the seawall and it will raise the seawall to that height, doesn't really conform the entirety of the seawall to that height. So you're going to have a portion of the seawall at the right height, at the new desired height, but not the entirety of the seawall. And I think their concern is valid, and we need to evaluate what it will take to raise the entirety of the seawall to 5 feet. I think one of the things that as we looking at dune systems and seawalls, the partial improvement of sections, it really has limited value until you have complete areas that you can really protect. So I think this is an area that it's worthwhile at least looking as to what it will be to raise the entirety of it and get that price in, and then this doesn't have to be done today or tomorrow, but when the contractor is still here, there might be some economies of scale of looking at that. So I just wanted to put that in your radar because we are getting concerns from.
Yeah, and to your point, one of the concerns, and I think, Mr. Clark, you're probably aware of it, is right on First, where the sand is built up on our dog beach, so much that it's level with the seawall, and it created a ramp for the water to come up, and it just ramped right over.
Right.
So I think that's a multifaceted issue.
Mhm.
It's not only just raising the seawall, it's not just removing the sand. There are things that have been done to alter that area that are allowing that sand to migrate and deposit there. From my understanding, rocks were put in place around the corner that started to generate this longer and longer beach. So I don't think it's just a seawall issue. I think there's some other environmental dynamics at play.
But there is a benefit to the seawall having the sun in front of it, because the seawall is not getting beat up every day with the energy of the water. It's protected by the sun. So the sun does have a benefit to it, but you have to look at the entirety of it.
But we don't want the sand to
be
ramp up to the
overtopping.
top of the new seawall.
Right, correct.
So, yeah, we can do two things separately, but yeah, I think that's the issue right there, is that area, I think. Is that it?
Commissioner, you are pretty much right on target. There is several dynamics going on there, natural and man-made, and they're interfacing and how that all works. It's something that PhDs live the study. And as Alex said, we can certainly look into that and see what the alternatives are and bring some suggestions back to you in the form of a professional report.
I would like that, because if we're going to do it, we should do it right and do it once and be done with it.
Yeah, I was gonna, I'm sorry.
How much taller is this new seawall compared to the existing one? How much higher is
The
it?
cap elevation varies by a couple of inches from south to north, maybe 4 or 5 in some sections. I'm not sure if it's subsidence or they just didn't have a good level when they built it. But we will be looking at adding somewhere around a foot.
Okay. Let's kind of give everybody a feel for what it's going to do.
Foot and a half, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more like 18 inches. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, I just want to make sure people, people probably wondering, what does that mean?
Well, it would, yes, and trust me, you're going to get complaints, because as you're driving on Paso Grill right now, you see the water on the east side.
Yeah.
You raise that about 18 inches, you might lose that, but it's a small price to pay for safety.
So when will that analysis be done?
That's probably going to take, a couple of months to come back to the commission on that?
Easily, several months.
Yeah.
I think by December we could have something.
And is that before we start with the construction process?
No, the construction will move forward because the cap of the construction area is going to be at 5 feet. What Commissioner or City Manager is discussing is the areas that we are not going to rehabilitate. We would change order the additional cap height into the contract. So we have plenty of time. This project is going to be going on for quite some time.
Yes.
I do want to point out one other thing, because your presentation was so excellent for the city of St. Pete Beach being number 4 with aquatic species. In this task is the Bethnic move of the corals that we have along Paso Grill Way. I don't know if everybody realizes this, but I personally have observed at least 5 different coral species that live along that seawall. And so we have some very, very strict rules about how to handle and manage that asset. And that is part of this project also.
I was going to mention when you were asking about this cost, because my first inclination was this is expensive, but it's much more than just the engineering inspections. It's the cathodic protection services, which is dealing with corrosion and things like that, and then what Mike just mentioned. So it's a lot more than that, which then once I saw all that, I was like, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, and then there's a inspection process that runs, it's 2 years, back to the state, that we put it back and everything's growing properly.
It is its own science. And you have to be highly qualified and dive certified and coral species, all that stuff. There's not a whole lot of folks that do this. And so through our engineering services contract, we were able to reach this firm, some specialized people that are capable of doing this in accordance with the rules.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. If no other questions or comments, can I have a motion in a second?
I'll make a motion to authorize expenditure of $102,761 under the continuing engineering services contract with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. for Paso Grill Way and 17th Avenue Seawall Construction Phase Services.
Second the motion.
City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I have none.
Okay, then can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. We move now to ordinances under item 5. First one is 5A, final reading of ordinance 2023-08 for 601 71st Avenue.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, providing for the allocation of additional temporary lodging units under the provisions of the Upham Beach Village District Temporary Lodging Unit Density Pool as established in the City of St. Pete Beach Comprehensive Plan and implemented through the city's Land Development Code to the property located at 601 71st Avenue, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date. And, I'm sorry, Andrew, this is quasi-judicial?
Yes, I was going to say that. Yeah, given that this is an application of a policy for allocation of units, I would consider this a quasi-judicial hearing. So if the commission could do the typical ex parte disclosures, if any. If none, just say none, and then the clerk will swear in all witnesses that are going to speak. Or if you want to do it the other way around.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you're about to give will present to the city commission and is truthful? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Marone?
Yeah, I'll reiterate what I said at the last time this was before this commission, is that I've known the applicant for, I don't know, 40 years, since I was 12 years old. I've probably seen him once every year. Haven't spoke to him about this at all. Didn't know that he even owned the property until the last commission meeting that we addressed this issue.
Okay, thank you.
None for me.
As I stated last time also, I represented the seller when this property was sold, and just for clarification, there was some comments made during the first reading of this. I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that I represented the seller in this transaction. I had nothing to do with the buyer.
Okay. Mayor Petrola, anything?
No.
Okay, and I'll just, same as last time, I've had some conversations with a few residents, and that's all. So, thank you. So Brandon, over to you.
All right. Well, good evening, Brendan Berry, City Planner. I don't have any updates to the presentation from last meeting. The ordinance was updated just to add a new whereas to show that it did pass the first reading. There have been no updates to the staff report except for the answer to the 2 questions that I left the last meeting with. I did want to give an update on the noticing. This did require noticing to the public. The staff posted a legal ad, sent notices to all property owners within 300 feet, and posted a sign on the property. This has all taken place since the first reading of this ordinance. We received 4 emails. 3 of them dealt with concerns about parking. One in particular stated that they were opposed to this on the basis of the parking situation. The 4th email dealt with concerns about exposed equipment on the west side of the property. This email did just come in right before this meeting, so I did leave the emails at your seats. I left with 2 questions last time. The first dealt with the impervious surface ratio of the site. The maximum impervious surface ratio for this property and this use is 85%. Based on the most recent site plan, which is the one that was approved, the applicant was showing a 78% impervious surface ratio, so that's 7% less than the maximum. They are also significantly increasing the amount of green space and vegetation on the site. They're planting a number of, on-site, a number of palms, and I believe those are southern magnolia that will be alternated. The other question dealt with the ADA accessible space, whether or not it needed to be dedicated for the temporary lodging itself. The short answer currently is no. I spoke with the city's transportation planner. ADA requirements currently apply to parking lots and parking structures known together as parking facilities. They do not apply to spaces in the right-of-way. However, just earlier this month, a final rule named the Accessibility Guidelines for Pedestrian Facilities in the Public Right-of-Way was finalized. It hasn't yet been adopted into Title II of the ADA or the other triggering legislation, but when it's adopted, the rule does specify that parallel on-street accessible spaces need to meet certain requirements. 2 of the requirements that the space will meet is that the space be at least 13 feet by 24 feet. It will be 24 feet long. It'll be 14 feet wide, so it does meet that standard. The space is also adjacent to the public access way. The rule would not allow for an accessible space to be in a public access way or exit into a public access way, a travel way. This is fully outside the access way. It's beyond the curb. One item that would need to be addressed in the future once this is enacted is that the space does not have immediate access to a crosswalk. Let me show on the sketch, if I could bring up the overhead.
Could we zoom in? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, this is not the correct one. Sorry about that. There it is. You can see here it does exit into what is being created as a sidewalk on the north side here. However, the rule would require that if there is a sidewalk, that there be a crosswalk access for the pedestrian using the ADA space. So this may require in the future either modifications to the landscaping or the parking space closest to the corner here to meet this requirement. These requirements typically trigger when there are modifications to the spaces or when new spaces are installed. So with this rule not yet implemented, it may not be something that applies to this directly, but clearly, this is a condition that the entire neighborhood, may need to implement in the future. So that would be something that might be addressed at the neighborhood level rather than just for this one specific project in terms of access and ADA requirements. That is all I have. I know the owner is present. If you have any questions for them, or if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
So I guess there's 2. Based on the formal feedback that we received, and from the discussion in the last meeting, was on, first off, the parking requirement for the number of rooms. So really the question on the table is, do we approve the allocation of 3 additional rooms from the density pool to allow the owner to have is it lockout? Adjoining rooms to go from 8 to 11. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if they do go to 11 at any given time, the parking requirement is 14 spaces.
The parking requirement would be 10 for the 11 units. It's 0.9 per unit. And they do not have any dedicated parking spaces. And also, as a response to 2 of the emails of concern about the parking, none of the parking spaces, either to the east of this parcel that are existing or to the south, which the applicant is newly installing the parallel spaces for, would be dedicated for this use. They would remain public parking spaces. They are not in any way on the applicant's property, but they have agreed to install the 3 to the south as a condition of approval for the variance. But they do not have any dedicated parking, and that would not change if these units were awarded.
And that is a condition prevalent in the neighborhood?
Correct.
Correct.
Right, because the entire neighborhood technically does not have dedicated parking. However, over the years, it's become customary for the rights of way on particular properties, basically just about all, to be viewed as belonging to a particular property. Is that correct?
Yes, Andrew, I think you need to help with the answer, because we don't want to give anybody rights to say that they actually own it. We have allowed people to use it, but we wouldn't want to imply any rights that are being built as part of saying.
Okay, and please correct me if I said it incorrectly. The reason I asked is then there's nothing unique being or additional being provided to this applicant if that's the way that neighborhood is.
That is correct.
And City Attorney, please correct me if I said something incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, if they're in the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, that is the public right-of-way. They're not, unless there's some contractual relationship for certain parking spaces for whatever reason, which I'm unaware of, those are public spaces. Now, the practice may be that everybody kind of knows who's using which parking spaces, but that's just a practice that they use.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Because it's not their property.
Right, that's it.
Nope.
It's kind of a courtesy, and it's the way neighbors work things out between themselves.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the other issue that was brought up, which is actually provided in the variance by the Board of Adjustment, was the placement of the air conditioning units at the back of the property.
Correct, and that's particularly on the west side. We did receive a letter maybe 45 minutes before this meeting started tonight expressing concerns about the they are concerned about the backside where the additional AC units are installed. The wires and the plumbing pipes are exposed. There is a requirement in the code to screen those from the public rights of way. There is no requirement to screen from adjacent property. They are properly screening them from the rights of way. But that item was addressed through the Board of Adjustment hearing. That was one of the items that they had applied for and were granted approval for, to install the AC units in that location.
So would they be able to put up some kind of a barrier there or some sort of fencing to block those off just as a courtesy to the neighbors?
That'd be a good question for the owner. I do know based on what the variance stated, they have a little under 3 feet on that side, so I would just check to make sure it meets the manufacturer's clearance requirements. I don't know if they know that offhand, but the city does allow for other encroachments up to 2 feet from the property line and doesn't prohibit fences adjacent to them, so it wouldn't be wildly out of character or anything like that. We would just want to make sure it meets the clearance.
Okay.
Commissioner Frazowski?
No, I think I'm good right now. Thank you.
Mayor Petrillo, any questions or comments?
I'll make the same comments that I made last time. Here was an application for hardship. There was no hardship. The owner didn't even know that he could apply for additional unit until he was told so by city staff. The only thing that this is going to create is additional hardship for the residents in that area. We're adding 3 additional units. We're removing 2 parking units that are already there. we've heard from residents in the adjacent neighborhood, they already have significant parking issues there. And like Commissioner Earl said last time, how we do this one is how we're going to set the tone for everything going forward in this neighborhood. There was no hardship. We are now artificially exacerbating a bad situation. That neighborhood doesn't have any parking, and we're now making it even more difficult for residents who live there on a daily basis to find parking spaces. There is absolutely no reason at all. There's no economic reason. There's no reason for the benefit of our residents. There's no benefit to the quality of life for residents. And there certainly wasn't a hardship in this case for the owner who purchased the property, not even knowing, not even thinking, not even having an idea that in the future he might be asking for these units. And there's no reason for the commission to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Should we hear from the applicant? If you'd like to make some comment or address us, or,
Madam Clerk, can you make sure he was sworn in?
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Again, my name's Dave Wanzik, and I'm the owner of the property, and I spoke to most of you last month when I was here. I just wanted to kind of address the parking. That seems to be the real issue here that we're talking about. It is true, obviously, everyone parks in the right-of-way in that area, so I don't have any dedicated parking spots that I own. But within my area, I have 14 spots in my right-of-way that's in front of my property. And that's always been the case. That's where my property line is, so I have 14 spots. At the most I would have would be 11 units. And again, like Brandon just said, the requirement would be for 10 parking spots. So I just kind of want to let you know that I do have enough. They're not dedicated through, they're not mine, but I do have enough parking. Even if I were to have a completely full house, the parking spaces around my property are more than enough to handle the guests that I have. If you look at the property just to the west of me, 633 71st Avenue, they have 13 units there and only 9 parking spots there. So, in their right-of-way. So I would not be creating a problem with my parking because I have extra parking spots, more parking spots in my right-of-way than I do actual units, where quite a few of the properties around there don't have as many right-of-way parking spots as they do units in their complex. So just want to point that out. If anybody has any questions for me other than that.
Yes, sure.
I have a question.
What hardship are you experiencing?
Mr. Mayor, I think I did address that with you last month. This is not about a hardship. This is a variance request. The way zoning made me do it is they made me put all of my different requests on a hardship variance because there's different types of variances. And the way they wanted me to do it is they wanted me to put every variance request on one request so they could look at it at all. So the hardship variance was the variances that were passed by the Board of Adjustment were the AC systems in the back. That was the hardship variance because I would suffer a hardship by not being able to update those systems and the water heaters. It wasn't this particular one. This was a different kind of variance. It was just had to be all included on the same application. I tried to separate the applications when I applied, but zoning said, no, you need to do one application and it needs to be a hardship variance just to encompass everything that you're asking for.
So there is no hardship that necessitates you getting the 3 additional units?
Again, this is not part of a hardship variance. This would have been a separate, if I just applied for this variance separate, it would not be considered a hardship variance.
So the hardship variance, just for clarity, the variance was approved by the Board of Adjustment previously. The question on the table here is a reallocation or a movement of 3 units from the density pool for this area to this property owner. The variance is done.
Right.
And I'm looking at our planners and they're nodding in agreement that the variance on this.
Yeah, that's what I was just asking Alex about, because, your variances, except for a few situations, are handled by your Board of Adjustment. They have jurisdiction over your variances, and they've already decided on this one. So this particular item is really about the allocation of units or not,
That's the way I understood it, too. I already went in front of the board, and they already approved the variance.
Understood. I just
And
want to clarify.
I keep getting that question asked. I don't really understand it. What about the hardship variance? And I thought we were here to talk about the density pool. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, no, I think we just clarified that is the question on the table.
Okay, sorry for any
Yep,
confusion.
no, it's okay. Commissioner Frizlowski, yes, you
I've got
have.
a question to the applicant. So when you go to rent or lease these units, do you make it clear to the customers that there is no dedicated parking? They may come and there may be no parking?
Yeah, that was discussed at the last meeting, but
I missed the last meeting.
Yeah, I know. But absolutely, I'm not going to put up no parking signs, which, just to kind of get you up to speed, every one of my neighbors has no parking signs in the right-of-way. Every one of my adjoining neighbors has no parking, dedicated spots, signs up, tow signs in their parking lot. But I'm not going to do that, but every one of my neighbors does. But I absolutely plan on telling my guests that there's first come, first served street parking available in front of the unit in the right-of-way, but there's no reserve parking.
But how would they tow cars if there aren't, you have to have a sign up that says that this is a tow-away zone.
Absolutely, right across the street. I sent some pictures to zoning showing no parking, tow-away zone, right across the street from my property, right next to my property, on each side of my property.
It's just prevalent in this area that people think they have their own parking spaces.
No, I
and
get
they
it, yeah.
don't.
They're the ones.
And so
I don't think they actually toll. I think they just threaten
it's a
people
way
to
it's
toll.
a way to deter you. So if you're driving down the street and you're thinking, oh, I can get a parking spot, you got to pull up and see no private parking, you're going to get towed. People just back out and move on to something else. So
I got you.
It's the tow. They do tow. It's the real tow truck companies, not like
okay,
we tow
I
kind
didn't-
of thing.
Okay.
That's
That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
Whole other discussion. So
That's a whole nother discussion.
And
I'll
if
take
I-
that case.
If I may, if I remember correctly from the last meeting, we had this discussion, and you told us that you would take the commercial risk of not being able, basically of potentially dissatisfying a client if they couldn't find parking directly in front. Because I know I asked you the question, will you have a risk there, and are you willing to accept that? And if I remember correctly, you said yes.
It is correct. I'm going to put on my website, I'm going to put on when a guest goes on my website, it's going to say no reserved parking, on-street parking available, just like anywhere else. When they get their confirmation for their check-in and their email, it's going to say there's on-street parking on a first-come, first-served basis, so they understand that they're not entitled to these spots. I just want to be able to use them just like any other property owner in that area would be able to.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have another question, but it's probably more of staff than the applicant, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we were to deny this request, they could still build everything they wanted to build. They just couldn't put certain doors in and open up one unit to another. So I'm just trying to understand, because the concern is parking, but I'm just thinking in my mind, if we deny it, he could still build what he wants to build, and instead of leasing to two of us, we could be a family and doing it at one time and still have as many cars. I'm just trying to understand, by denying it, what do you really, get out of that? Am I thinking correctly there, or am I missing something?
You're very close to right. I mean, there could be situations in where the two families that are renting the double are going to have one car.
Right.
So in those situations, you'll end up with an additional car. But if the two, the people renting the double are coming in two cars, then you really haven't created no impact.
Right.
But you will have people coming in a big car, and you end up with one car versus two cars.
Yeah.
Here's what you accomplish by denying it. You accomplish sending a message to folks in that area who want to rehabilitate structures without adding on, without knocking down and rebuilding, you encourage them to quietly put in pocket doors, pocket units, without telling anybody. After all, permits are closed because they're concerned about coming before the commission and asking for these additional units. And I think that is what we accomplish by denying this, is we encourage folks to do what I'll call things under the table, in the shadows. This is not something new. This happens all the time. We have an applicant here who's decided to do this, and he's trying to do it the right way. That's doesn't always happen. So that's one of my concerns, if we deny it.
I mean, I have a question, Brandon. I just want to know procedurally, like, because I didn't go to the Board of Adjustments on this item. There wasn't any conditions, or were there conditions that, you know, this variance is conditioned on the approval of the application for units? I just want to make sure that that's...
There was a condition that basically set a time limit on it, and it extended it to be beyond, not beyond, but in addition to the 1-year expiration if a variance is enacted upon. If it's not heard and decided by the city commission within that year, it would expire. So if for whatever reason, but that was the...
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I guess there was one more question I had for the applicant on the air conditioning units in the back. Is there a possibility of putting up some visual fencing or something to help with the neighbors and the view for the neighbors?
Yeah, I just had one of my neighbors come just literally this afternoon. I did put I've already got a fence permit to put a fence on one side of my property, a nice privacy fence. I hadn't planned on doing anything on the other side of the property. I'm certainly willing to take a look at that. He kind of caught me off guard. He's like, you know, can you put a fence up? And I said, let me talk, you know, let me get back to you on it. Literally happened a few hours ago. I guess I'm kind of understanding that his complaint was some of the wiring coming out of the AC units, and it is correct, but I'm not finished with the construction yet. So his complaint was there's exposed lines. There are exposed lines, yes. I have to cover those per code before my final inspection. So I feel like I really haven't had a chance to finish the project before someone's already saying, hey, you got I got exposed AC line. I got to get the systems done. I got to get the covers on them, and then let me get the final inspection done, and then let's take a look at it. So that's kind of my position on that. So,
okay, thank you.
I think that's what the complaint was.
You would be willing to work with them?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
100%. I mean, I just put the systems up, and there are exposed lines, but if you know anything about AC, I have to cover those lines. I haven't even had a chance to do it.
You might be able to take care of that with landscaping also.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rather than a fence. So,
I don't know if you've been by the property, but I hope those of you have been by are looking and seeing what I'm doing there. You know, I'm born and raised on St. Pete Beach. That's why I know Commissioner Marone. I'm not some guy from California. I've been here all my life. I love Upland Beach. And, you know, it's not, and I could do it sneaky. I could say, yeah, I don't want to, you know, I'll just go ahead and rent that room out. Nobody's going to know the difference. But I'm here. I'm trying to make the place nice. I'm trying to do it the right way. And I hope the commission can see that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay,
It's not a matter whether he's making the place nicer or not, because he already had plans for renovation when he purchased the property. To Commissioner Marone's point, I don't think it's a valid point, I'm sorry to say that, is because he was already doing the work. He was told that he could ask for more, and so naturally, when you told you could have more, you go and ask for more. Why wouldn't you? So we don't fault him for that, but the economic case was already there because he never bought the property with the intention. And so the other part to that point is, if people are going to violate rules, then what? Do we just remove all the rules? Do we remove the parking meters? Do we remove the no parking signs because people might park there legally at some point? And we don't want them sneaking around and parking illegally? No, what we have is we have parking enforcement. What we have is code enforcement, and we allow them to handle these issues when they come up. When somebody legally puts in additional units, you know, they get a code violation. They get somebody out there who's going to say you're not doing this the right way. So I do commend the owner for doing it the right way, but he already had the intention of renovating the property before he was told that he could potentially have additional units. And I think what we're doing is we're setting, again, a dangerous precedent. We're putting the needs of a commercial entity and of transients over the needs and the quality of life of our residents. I don't think we're setting a good precedent in a neighborhood that already has a difficult situation. We're simply making it more difficult if we allow this to go forward. And I think that in good conscience we should do that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. So, City Manager, are we aware of parking complaints or parking issues that have been received by the city in this area?
I don't have any.
Okay. Okay.
We had 3 people speak today to that. We've had multiple emails of people speaking to the parking issues in that neighborhood. I've driven that neighborhood on weekends multiple times, and it is unbearable. I mean, people are doing the same thing they're doing in Paso Grill. And no more than we'd like to see them Paso Grill, no more than the residents in Paso Grill like to see cars circling for hours and then just parking legally anywhere they want to. We shouldn't allow it in this neighborhood, and we shouldn't make the situation worse by removing 2 parking units and then adding an additional 3 units. So yes, we've heard from our residents that there are parking situations, that there's a parking issue. If you just go there any given weekend, you'll see it for yourself.
Okay, if no other comments, do we have a motion and a second?
I move to adopt ordinance
Do we need to
2020.
We need to open public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comments.
Okay.
Public comment.
Closer, did you?
It's okay.
Can we open the public comment session?
I received no cards.
I'm not signed now. Can I speak?
Yes. Come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Did she swear in? City Clerk?
Ma'am, did you swear okay, she'll swear you in. That's the whole point of trying to do it.
Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you're about to give or present to the City Commission tonight is true and full?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and address for the record,
My
please?
name is Bogumila Zirin, and I'm a neighbor of the applicant at 633 71st Avenue. The place is called Carlton House. We've owned this place for 28 years. I don't know how we got to this point, because the previous owners we knew we couldn't get even storage on the 2nd floor. And it's not that I'm against it. As far as the ACs, that's what the problem is. We didn't go to the meeting because we didn't want to be complicated. So we thought we were going to be okay. Now, the place looks nice in the front, but in the back of the side where we have the ACs, they are, I don't know how many, but some of them have 3-4 zones. The cables, there are plumbing, and I know that's going to be covered. So that's why we're asking if I could do at least a fence, so it would be quieter, and just the visual appearance of it is right now is really nasty. I have some pictures. Sorry, I have an ear infection, so I'm kind of bouncing.
No problem.
And I have some pictures if you want to see how it looks right now. I know they're trying to do the best they can, but for us, we're just asking if they can do just to the appearance. From the window, I can show you a picture. There is still a plumbing. Okay, I don't know what they're going to do the wirings, but there's all black wiring hanging out right now. And the ACs, they're going to be, the heat is going to come out, and there's going to be noise. And we have few units that have windows in the back. So that's why my concern is, and I'm asking if I can do a fence, so at least we'll have a different look. And for us, at least quieter. And we never said anything, we didn't want to be complicated. They're trying to do, they invest the money. So appearance from the street it looks pretty good. But that's where our concern is. So I'm asking if I can be more cooperative with that.
Okay.
And I have some pictures if you want to see. Maybe you want to drive by and see how it looks.
Will do. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Motion now? or do I close first?
In the public hearing, I guess if no one's else signed up, you close the public hearing, and then there would be board or commission deliberation, and someone wants to make a motion. I do want to make this a little bit unique, and I know that the clerk's office and our office we're developing a policy on attending virtually commission meetings, but there are different types of meetings, legislative items and quasi-judicial items. So, Mayor, if you don't mind, I would just like you to confirm that you've been able to hear all the testimony here today in the hearing.
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll close the public hearing now and then open it up for discussion, debate amongst ourselves. Anybody have anything to add?
Nope. Maybe I'll just get a clarification because I didn't make the last meeting. I did read the meeting minutes, and I understand just from the discussion that there were residents that were opposed because of parking issues. And I'm trying to understand, I don't know if, it seems like it's pretty commonplace there that everyone is counting on the public right-of-way to park, which kind of created this issue. So I'm trying to understand, is that a situation where, I can understand if people are complaining about parking, but everybody's kind of in the same boat. It's kind of a self-created issue where, I don't want to say everybody, but most people in that area don't have parking in their property. They're all relying on the public right-of-way. I don't know if that was clear to those people that came up here last time.
We had, if I remember correctly, we had discussion about just that point. We had our transportation director was here, and she's aware of it. I mean, it is it's not a new situation.
Right.
It's been there for
decades.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question, the question is, do we have the applicant's asking for the 3 extra, because he was informed by staff that this is always an option that you can pursue on the occasion where a family comes and they want to have adjoining rooms, that you can open up the rooms. But because of that and the ratio, they needed additional parking. And that's really where this whole, how the additional 3 out of the pool turned into really a parking discussion, not a additional 3 out of the pool discussion.
Right.
But it turns out they don't need additional parking.
That's, I was just going to clarify that they have, I mean, if you count this parking, which really isn't theirs, like everybody else, then they do have the parking. Okay, that's.
Yes, he's got 14 around the property, which technically isn't his. So we almost got into I call it, I think last night, almost a circular discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he really, and it was over the ADA space also, because the ADA space is in the public right-of-way, yet our code requires he put an ADA space, but technically that's not the property owner's ADA space.
That's correct, and that is going to be the issue. Of course, again, as practice goes, it seems like everyone tries to cooperate, but these are public spaces, no doubt about it, and you can't put up tow signs. I mean, only the city can do that. I mean, that's city property. So, I just want to make that clear. I mean, it's tough because there's no way for on-site parking, right, in these places. And I think, if I'm correct, I think with regard to the units, your pool, this is, and Brandon, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I want to make sure I'm correct on this, but I think this is the only place where it's first come, first serve rather than on a case-by-case basis, right?
Correct.
Like, so when you're allocating the units, I can only surmise that the reason was that, I really don't know what the reasoning was on that one. I know we changed the rules so that when you allocate units in other areas, you look at the public benefits and things like that. But in this case, there's almost no criteria set up. Is that correct, Brandon? It's strictly like, come and ask, and I think it's there's some really strict requirements that apply to only renovating existing transient motels, so you can't have new ones come in. It's just got to be existing ones. So it's a tricky situation, yeah, the parking.
And no one has applied for these
Correct.
units up till now. So there's 175 available, and to date, no one has asked for them, and this applicant is asking for 3.
There was one applicant, I want to say 6, 7 years ago, came in for first reading, never showed up for second reading.
Okay.
You might remember that. I just
Okay.
remember that there was somebody who had come in and applied, but never came back, so the units were never granted.
Okay,
But there was one
yeah,
applicant.
thank you for the clarification, but there haven't ever been granted. If we do this, these would be the first 3. Okay. All right, that helps. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Rouse?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, then we,
I move to adopt ordinance 2023-08.
Second?
City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Frizlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrella.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on now to, where are we? We're in ordinance, we're in 5B, which is the final reading of ordinance 2023-13, parking meter, wastewater, and reclaimed water fees.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the city's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 86, Utilities, Article 4, Reclaimed Water System, Division 2, Reclaimed Water Use, Section 86-125, Rates and Charges, amending Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, implementing an hourly public parking rate increase, implementing an increase in reclaimed water fees, implementing a wastewater connection increase, providing for codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you for reading that. City Manager?
Mr. Vice Mayor, yeah, this is the second reading of the ordinance that basically executes the implementation of some of the revenue assumptions that we built into the budget. The parking revenue increases went into the general fund. The reclaimed water increases are going to go into the reclaimed water fund, and the wastewater into those appropriate funds. This will allow us to have those funds to be in balance. And the revenue increase in the general fund of $800,000 is a little less than what the numbers normally will yield on a straightforward projection. So we basically rolled that back, assuming that there might be some impact on demand, and there were some things that have been happening in Paso Grill, where some of the spaces are right now unavailable. We're hoping that those spaces can be brought back online probably in the next couple of weeks. I think that and we'll discuss the beach efforts right now later on tonight. But it is not a super conservative number, but it's a conservative number in terms of the projected increases. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the Commission had on this item.
No, I think for myself, we discussed this fully last time, and there are, my understanding is no changes from
Correct.
previous, just second reading. Okay. Anybody else? No? No questions or comments? Do we have any public input?
I have no cards.
Okay. If not, then can we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-13.
A second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we roll call, please?
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Commissioner Frizlowski.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrella.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then. Those are the ordinances. To resolutions, 6A, which is 2023-05, a shared parking agreement.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with SPB-400 Avenue LLC, SPB-432 Avenue LLC, and SP Beach Investments LLC to share the use of property owners' parking spaces, providing for scrivener's error and an effective date.
Evening. So this is a shared parking agreement similar to those that we have presented to the commission before. This is the two lots off of 75th, the empty lot at 75th and Gulf, and the empty lot at 75th and Boca Ciega. They are hoping to develop there. They are trying to purchase another property that is in that area. But until then, they would like to improve. They just demoed on the lot on Boca Ciega and 75th. So just to improve the appearance and create a nice parking area that can be utilized, especially when there's events or Sunday markets and things like that, to do a shared parking agreement with us. So we would, it is, because it's vacant, would be a 7 days a week, 24-hour operation, and using the Park mobile app that would be utilized for it.
Questions? Sure. Mr. Rouse?
I think this would be just a real asset for right now, even if it's just temporary, to add some parking spaces for events on Corey Avenue. When we have the Sunday morning market, people I think would even walk to Haran Park when we have events there. So I think this would be a great thing to do, even if it's only temporary.
And it's blind pass, sorry, I just realized I said.
Yeah, I was
Ciega.
thinking blind. Yeah, okay. Is this, I couldn't tell from this site plan diagram, is this all crushed shell? Is that what they've?
Correct.
Okay. And is there a period of time where this is?
Again, I think it's their wish to develop that, that block. So until then, it's more or less trying to make it a little bit of more beautification, and we'll work with them on doing that and having additional parking until they're able to develop further.
Okay. But there is no time period. I mean, this could, I know they
Correct.
Don't want to do this forever, but
Correct.
If we approve this, it could go on for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, or, I mean.
Well, 1 year.
Oh,
at
okay.
least.
I wonder, I've read it all. I couldn't remember. It's a 1-year agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's right.
With the ability to renew, though, if they.
Yeah, we can come back and do a renewal.
Okay, that answers my question. I thought it was in there someplace.
My concern is we're paving paradise and putting up parking lots, and I'm not going to sing. This is the third lot in the area. This would be 3 now, because we still have the one we approved across from Fire Station 23 that still isn't developed. And while I understand the need for parking, although I don't know, really what the numbers are and how many parking places we need, certainly when we have events, we need more parking, there's no doubt. Although people should be taking public transportation on, I'll say, the evening events, but that's their own choice. So in one regard, I understand we're using property that would be vacant otherwise. But on the other hand, we're basically have large parcels that are becoming parking lots in the north part of the city. And the question I have is, are we enabling property owners to delay development? Because look, they'll get some revenue, we'll get some revenue, and there's no debate. More revenue is always better than no, some revenue is better than no revenue. It's not huge money, but money's money. It adds up.
This would obviously not be highest and best use, though.
Well, but the question is, why isn't anybody developing?
They want to develop this since they purchased those properties.
Well, but we've had, outside of, I mean, we haven't had real development. Winn-Dixie's empty. The one on 73rd and Gulf Winds on the west side is still, nothing's been done. It's still an open lot. We've got dead grass in the corner. They put in grass and it died. It was better, I guess, than what was underneath it. But and then the Christmas is referred to as the Christmas tree shop, that area. I mean, this is the entrance to the city, and the best things that people are going to see is a parking lot. And is that the best use of the land? And I question, why aren't we having development? I mean, okay with the shared parking agreements, we've had these before, and it can be win-win, but are we just delaying? And if they get some revenue, it's better than no revenue. If they had no revenue, might that spur development quicker?
I think you got multiple different reasons as to why some of the properties are not being developed. These two lots are a function of they've been trying for the better part of 2 or 3 years of purchasing the Don't Tell Mama lot, because they wanted basically to get all the 3 parcels and do something that is more economically viable for them. So I think the desire to develop is there. The fact that they're not being able to come to terms with Don't Tell Mama, I think, is the number one concern about being able to develop there. The amount of money that they're going to make out of this, while it might be enough to maintain the lot clean and doing well, I mean, some of the other lots, you see what they look like, and I think this might be a slight improvement from an abandoned weeds, lots that we have in some of the other areas. I don't think, I agree with you, these are not big money-making operations. They're going to get some parking on the weekends, on Sundays, when we have a big event at the park. There'll be an ability to make some money, but I don't think that they really are going to justify the carrying costs of the land based on a few $1,000s that we're going to make here. Not to say that your big concern is correct. We do have a lack of investment on this portion of the city up here. Where we're talking about Corey Avenue, 75th, that property, yes. Well, we have had several businesses that have talked about going into the Winn-Dixie property. To date, we still have one big empty box there. So I think it's a much longer discussion that needs to be happening. I think you're going on the right track, that some thought needs to be given as to how you basically create the right environment to people to come into this part of the city and invest in this area, because it is the entrance to the city on this this north to mid beach section, and I agree. Some properties probably look better now that they're vacant, but at the end of the day, that's really not what you want in the entrance to the city. So I think you're 100% right. How do we go from? I don't think that the park sharing agreement is really the obstacle to that.
No,
but I think you're 100% right that it is a symptom to the problem.
Right.
If it was economically viable, they'd be developing these lots.
I would think.
Right, and yes, it is and I know it's a much bigger discussion. It's not the shared parking agreement that's the issue. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, I was saying it is a symptom of, the best that we can do is to turn property in we've been the #1 beach. I don't know what we're ranked anymore, but one of the top vacation beaches, in the country. And the best we can do with major pieces of property is, and that developers will do, is put up a parking lot. That's the hurdle I'm trying to get over. The shared parking agreement, sure. I mean, in the short term, like I said, when we have events and street festivals, there's never enough parking. I mean, it also brings the question is, how much parking should we be providing and enabling people to come visit the city? We're pretty, on the weekends and in the beaches, I think we'd all agree we're pretty full out. So does this exacerbate that problem?
Yeah, I don't see these lots as beach parking.
Yeah,
they're pretty far.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I hear you on all counts. I mean, think, well, this isn't the highest and best use. but it is going to be temporary, I got to believe, until they find an economical, viable way of doing it. I wouldn't be so much for this if it was beach parking, because we've talked about how much the beach is already being used and so many people, but realistically, this is going to help out Corey Avenue in downtown, whether it's the market or whether it's concerts over in Haran Park or anything else. So, I mean, that's why I'm looking more favorably. I mean, I would much rather someone take a look and do something nice on these lots, but, I mean, this is I think a reasonable request and get some use out of it and helps out the downtown area.
It's a relief valve for the neighborhoods too, who are experiencing neighborhood parking when there's an overflow for a quarry activity. So this is a relief valve.
Right.
Okay. Mayor Petrilla, any comments?
Yeah, I think the situation with this particular parcel is that you know, they bought the two properties and they've got stuck with one in the middle. That's my understanding. They're not going to be selling anytime soon. So I'm not sure how temporary this is going to be. I have one question for the city manager: is who approached who in this situation? Were we approached by the property owner, or did we approach them for this?
We approached, yeah. So they came to talk to us about some of the plans that they would like to see in the event that they purchase Don't Tell Mama. So they, you know, the developer does have some vision as to what he would like to see there. But as you indicated, there's really been no movement on that. So as we're having those discussions, we said, well, we're having an issue here in Corey Avenue for events and stuff like that. Would you be interested in putting your properties into the shared parking agreement? So we did approach them on this.
And the property across from, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, please go ahead.
So then the second question I have for the commission is we seem to be getting into these business government joint venture situations here. You know, we've had several now in the last year or two. And, you know, this could be a simple situation where the owner could just apply for a parking lot conditional use. And so the next question I have is why are we getting in the business of being in business?
You want me to answer that?
Well,
it is a lot more economically feasible for them to work with us. We have the technology and the systems to simply put a couple of signs up there and do the enforcement with our parking people that will do it by plate. And we have the mechanism for them to collect, to pay, and to enforce. That if they didn't have that, they will basically have to purchase their own systems, have their own inspectors, have their own somebody at the entrance collecting money. It is just impractical for them to set an operation that might last a year or less. For when they work with us, it's simply a matter of putting some signs and putting some gravel on the lot and cleaning up the lot, and then you're good to go.
And we do get a revenue stream in the city.
If it's a 50-50 match, right, Jennifer?
50-50. Just, do you have a rough number, Jennifer, on how much? I mean, I know it's not huge dollars.
How much?
The city's revenue stream is from a typical shared service?
It goes through community development, parking. They get those from the Park Mobile, so I don't have those numbers available.
Because typically these have been...
And what are the costs to us? What costs are there to us? The city manager mentioned, Park Mobile putting up signs and so on. What are the hard costs to us?
Our Public Works Department's able to print those signs for us to put those up.
Mr. Mayor, if I remember, since Community Development Director is not here tonight, we had this discussion on the...
73rd Avenue lot, right.
Correct, next to the health club.
Yeah, we'll send you some
numbers.
Numbers.
It wasn't huge. I remember it was a small number, just as a frame of reference, but I don't remember. But it wasn't 10K maybe?
I would say 10
money.
to 20 maybe. I mean, something like that for each.
Based on the projected revenue stream.
Do we have any numbers on what the revenue from that other parking lot has been since the agreement's been in place?
That lot is not active yet.
Which lot are you referring to, Mr. Mayor?
73rd is not active yet.
The one across from the fire station?
No.
No.
That was just for, so you know, the city manager and I had that discussion, is why hasn't this developed? Because it's, if I remember right, again, it was in the early days when you assumed office, we had this, it came to the commission and it hasn't changed. So that's what, March, so it's 6 months, at least 6 months ago, roughly. And the developer doesn't seem to want to move.
Right, just the cost of doing the shell and the stops, I think. He hasn't been moving quickly on it. His agreement actually is expired. I'm meeting with him later this week. I don't know if he's coming in to talk about the development of that area or to renew that agreement and get something moving. So.
Okay.
I know Matthew worked tirelessly with their attorneys on this agreement.
So the location we're talking about that's on the table is the Christmas tree shop and the old dry cleaners?
No.
Gas station.
The corner of Gulf Boulevard and 75th.
Oh, the other way, the other side.
The other side, right.
Yeah, to the west of it.
And is there access to that for parking?
There's an alley that goes east-west.
And that'll be the main entrance and exit? Because that's on the busiest, one of the busiest corners I think we have.
They're coming through the alley.
Okay.
There is a discussion that this diagram has the alley as city-owned. My understanding is that the owners are under the impression that they own the alleyway, that alley was never deeded to the city.
I think that's true on the 300 block. I don't know that that's true on the, do you know, Matthew?
Mayor, to your point, I do know that they tried to add language in there, but I have nothing confirming ownership, so I took it out of the agreement, but the diagram was prepared by the property owner, so we can ask their surveyor to take that language out, city-owned, and just designate it as an alleyway, because our office has not been able to confirm ownership.
Okay, so if the owners of the, let's say that the city does not own the alleyway and the owners decide to just block access to the alley, how are people accessing these parking lots in that case?
We could do curb cuts in there off of Blind Pass. That was a discussion for fire truck access as well.
And for the other one?
You can, same thing, curb cut off of 75th or from Gulf Boulevard. We'd have to look at it.
I think you can turn from the boulevard into the alley. If you're going northbound, I think you can do a right turn into the alley. I remember correctly.
Yes, you can.
Right, yeah. And
behind the restaurant.
And then, yes.
Behind the restaurant.
Right. And if the alley belongs,
If the owner decides to block the access though, because they're under the impression, and again, I've had conversations with the owners on the south side, and they seem to be under the impression that they own that alleyway, and their comments were, what if we decide to just put up barriers and no access to the alley?
Then there'll be no access.
Then there's no parking.
And the agreement doesn't continue.
And then what happens to this agreement?
It wouldn't continue because we wouldn't be utilizing the lot.
I mean, but to me, we have the ability to terminate the agreement if the property owners block the alley and block the access. It's their property, we terminate the agreement, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
And we still go back to square one of we have empty lots.
I mean, I can't imagine the city wanting to enter into an agreement where they have no access to the property for parking.
Correct, and legally, if the property owners did want to claim ownership, I mean, they would have to prove that, right? They'd have to show us something that would be binding for us to agree or disagree. But the agreement can be terminated by any party with written notice. I believe it's 90 days, and it's only for a year. So if they decided to do that, we could just terminate the agreement and walk away. Either party could.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-05.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any audience comments?
I have no cards.
Okay, and can we have a roll call, please, City Clerk?
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the ordinances for, excuse me, those are the first resolution. My apologies. We'll now move on to, I lost my place here, shared parking room 6A. We're on to 6B, which is Resolution 2023-10, the Business Site Improvement Grant Program Agreement.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce to coordinate and oversee the Business Site Improvement Grant Program and providing for an effective date.
So we're back to you to bring the agreement with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. I kind of did a grant overview, overviewing what happened in 2022 and where we're at so far in 2023. When we started this last year, we were advised to work with a nonprofit, so the city is not writing checks to the businesses. So that's why we got into an agreement with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber in order to facilitate that. Then there's the timeline of what the process was. The businesses did sign an agreement that was set in the city that I believe is in your packet. We did add a line in there based on the last meeting here. I think at the request of Commissioner Grill, any business receiving funding from this program, directly or indirectly, cannot be associated with any city employee or serve on any board for the city. So that has been added to the grant acceptance. We did start the grant process for this year, and the timeline is there where we started that in January. Grant applications were accepted in March. Then we reviewed those and then realized the contract was good for a year and we surpassed that, so that's why we came back for us to renew that agreement to continue that program. So we haven't awarded anything, we haven't signed anything with any of the businesses. We want to make sure that agreement was in place before we did that, and so that is where we're at today.
So we haven't put it out there for any applications?
We did earlier this year.
We do have some applications.
We do have some applications. We have some funding that is still available that is from the last cycle, and I think Robin can speak to that, if that has changed since we put this together. And we can open up it again after this agreement goes up, so if we want to get any more applications for this year, we can accept those. And then we, the committee that meets, and as you see, we have somebody from the county business consultant that is in there, another city manager at a neighboring city, myself and Robin, and then we have a kind of a grading chart on how we rate those.
And I believe, Jennifer, that we allocated money in fiscal year 24 as well.
50,000.
Right. So you really have, aside from approving the agreement, a decision to make. You got the carryover from 22, the fiscal year 23 money, and the soon-to-be have fiscal year 24 money. I don't know that we need all of that money, but when you approve the agreement, if you know, I think it would be good that you define the size of the grant program, where it's going to be 50, 60, 70. It could be up to, I think it's like 20,000 left from 22?
Like 13.
13, right. So you have $113,000 in play don't think that we need all of that. But I think as you approve the agreement, I would suggest that you put some language saying, use up to X amount.
I know I asked a lot of questions back in July, and that's why it's coming back here. I mean, there's a couple of things I don't understand, and why, when funds that haven't been expended from previous years are still sitting with the chamber. I mean, that's the city's money, it's taxpayer money, it should be in our coffers. I'd like to understand better, and I'll just list it out so we don't have to go back and forth some of these questions. Why a statement was made that the city can't write checks to businesses. I had this discussion at least a year ago, that we shouldn't be providing city money, taxpayer money to another party to send out on our behalf. The work can be done, the analysis can be done, and then it can come back to me. I don't see why it can't come back to us to say, with the right process, write a check to the ABC company for X amount of money. So I don't understand that. I'm looking at the timeline for the grant for 2023. The program closed, so the grant application, just reading here on page 274, and I'll put my glasses on. The grant applications were accepted starting March 2. The review committee met on March 11 for review. So that means we've gone through and evaluated the applications. So I'd like to see, I don't know if we should see that list. The other question is on what I refer to as clawback. How do we protect ourselves? And I'm not, you put processes in place for protection, like contracts with all the right terms and conditions in the event something happens. So somebody asks for the money, and then they sell their business 60 days after they finish the work that the city funded. Do we have a provision to go back after that money? I would think we would need one, but I don't see one. I mean, my view, I think we put a program in place there were two pieces. There was a loan program and a grant program. If I remember correctly from July, the loans haven't been taken up by anybody. So the question is, should we continue with a loan program? And then finally, there was a discussion, and I raised this even back for the original approval, was how do we make sure that this gets out and offered to non-chamber members? And what I remember from the list, from that Excel spreadsheet that didn't transfer well into the PDF file, it became a very small test, that all the recipients were chamber members. So, and I really don't see any changes from those concerns and questions that I had. So that's where I'm at, and we can go from there.
I don't know if you want me to respond or how you want the process to go. May I?
Yeah, sure.
I'll try to address concisely as possible. First of all, the chamber is a volunteer in this process, and as a liaison for the business community, we all collaborated on a wonderful effort. And these businesses generate sales tax revenue to the city, so it was a great effort. We pay a credit card transaction if they call, and all of those things, right? So we love the effort that goes on here. The timeline for 2023, where I don't have that in front of me right now, and I'm sorry because I'm coming back from a death in the family, which I'm usually spot on, but we did extend that deadline, and we did change the deadline through your PIO on your website and through our website and through all the channels. 2022 was broadcast through every single business BTR in your city and through any address we have in our database, whether they're a member or not, social media, website, emails, over and over, even through signage in our welcome center and visiting businesses. So, and there were recipients that were not members. Did they become a member afterwards? That was their choice. We don't try to sell them on that. the process too with the accountability of the funds that the chamber had received. I will say that there was one note in the contract which I recognized later on, and we have a separate account with Synovus here in Gulf Boulevard. Those funds sit there and we are audited by a CPA. And then finally, it's my understanding that the legal team for the city developed the language that we all agreed on. And this is a first effort. So there are points that we probably will misstep on together as a team. I don't think the blame is for any party here. You've made very good points, and I feel like we've addressed those points in this effort. I'll be very frank with you. I would love to promote this effort through my email, my social media, and do I really want to audit and write checks for the submission and go and take pictures and interview a business and in amongst all the other things we do for business, let alone the discussion you just had before? We're here to help. So if this agreement is what you don't desire, we will find another way to have some sort of site improvement for the city and the other cities and the beaches.
Thank you, but please don't misinterpret. I'm not blaming anybody. I want to make sure, and I think I'm pretty consistent in these with agreements in general, that they're structured properly to properly protect both parties. And in my view, I see problems. I have some concerns, which I've said now for the last couple of years, and it doesn't change. So if it's not an accountability question, I'm not questioning that you are absconding with the money. By no means, please don't misinterpret that. I've never said that, or never crossed my mind. But I think that money should stay in the city's bank account.
And at this point, learning through the experience for all parties, I think the best effort, being the advocate for the businesses and your community, given site improvement, like we just discussed prior and driving into the city, we will make every effort to do the same experience that we did the first time, even if we're not the steward of writing the check to those businesses. So I think what we really want to hear from the full commission is that you do want to invest in your businesses and you do want to see site improvement, and we will make every effort to let that happen for you all, whether we're writing the check and managing the funds or not.
Yeah, writing the check is just the mechanical part of it. I mean, that's mechanical.
Matthew, if you could help us with the discussion about why we need a third party involved in this versus us writing the checks directly.
I can just tell you what the reasoning was last year is you don't want to pick favorites as a city. Not to point any businesses out, but there could be some businesses out that you don't want to associate yourself with as a city. So the idea was to grant this money and have a process in place to allow the chamber to go through an application that's fair amongst everyone, but it limits the city's liability because we're just saying, here's one lump sum, this is what you're supposed to use it for, and no one can come back and say, why didn't you pick me and why did you pick so-and-so? So it limits the city's exposure as well. So that was the idea behind it last year. And unless Andrew disagrees, I think that's the same reasoning as to why we wouldn't just issue payments directly to businesses.
I mean, so typically you would see that kind of activity if you were, for example, to set up a CRA and you acted as a CRA for Corey Avenue, and you would be basically, like a business, in other words. But I think what Matthew articulated is in fact what we were concerned about, is that some the city is in the business also of code enforcement and other things, and I think it's just maybe better to have a little bit of an arm's length transaction, to have it through a third-party organization. Now, to the point about securing the funds, I think that's a good point. If someone were to be offered grant monies and then they went out of business the next day, we can be careful and take a look at the contracts and everything like that. There are ways to secure that money. So we'll look into that if it isn't already addressed.
Yeah, and the other two points, Commissioner, I think we can easily modify the agreement saying that monies will be given to the chamber once a check is ready to be issued, so it doesn't get in advance. I think that's easily an amendment to the agreement that we can just do here on the floor. The other one is that the loan agreement, you're 100% right, they were not takers to the loan agreement. I believe that some of the projects that will qualify for the loan agreement are probably more expensive than the amount of money that we have available for this. If somebody's going to put a grease trap, it's going to cost you $30,000, $40,000 to put a grease trap. So the fact that we're willing to say we give you a loan for $7,000 is not going to move the needle on that. So maybe what I'm suggesting is that for now, we just continue with the grant program, not the loan program, and then we'll figure out a way to restructure that loan program later on. It is legally more complicated to have a loan program, especially with the risk that you mentioned that somebody goes bankrupt, and we have issued them a loan for $7,000, and if you're increasing that to $20,000, then you have to be worrying about how you're going to collect that loan. I think the grant has really motivated interest for people to improve their properties, which improves the core appeal of the city, which improves the value of other businesses. So there's a cycle there that I think we can capitalize. So I would say, remove the loan program for now in your motion. That will take care of that. And we can tighten up the language with legal, in terms of the requirements for people. We'll take care of that. I think the chamber intends to reopen the program if the program gets approved. Reopen it, a new set of applications. We're not going to disqualify people that were already applied, but we'll provide a new period to reopen and allow the opportunities. So some I think things that we can do tonight that will really give us more tighter control on the program. And Robin's dying to say something.
I am, just because I don't want to forget, and I know I will forget because I'm so exhausted, but managing the program it's management, but I do also make a recommendation to the city manager that you have the attorney put in some sort of language that expires the funds at a period of time after approval. Because I will tell you that has been the most exhausting part of it, is making sure that someone started their project or got their bid. And during the time when you couldn't get workers to perform certain duties, we were sensitive to that, right? So there was a softness, but I think now you're using funds and you're making a great effort to improve the city. We need to make sure that the business exerts an effort too if they're awarded a grant, and we give them a timeline. And I'm pretty stern on that one because I don't like chasing people, and you don't either. And I think that's just a suggestion I'd like to make.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sounds good to me.
So,
Comment? Sorry.
one quick comment. I don't see anything in here about a loan program. It seems to me that it's only a grant program.
It's in the item 5 of the term sheet. The coordination agreement, I think item 5 talks about a loan. Right, we had a loan program. We definitely had a loan program. Right. We offered 2.
Right. Okay.
Did you ask a question?
No, Jim.
Commissioner Frostowski, I'm sorry, did you have a?
Yeah, I had a question on page 269 under the eligible projects. It talks about projects that are in excess of the code, and then it has eligible projects like the grease traps. I'm just trying to understand, is someone going to do grease traps above and beyond the code? I'm trying to understand the logic there with some of those ones.
No, those are projects to comply with code. So the grant program is projects that are not required per code. Okay, they're more aesthetic in nature. The loan program was intended to be to help businesses come into compliance with the code.
Oh, okay, so the eligible projects listed down below are both for loans and grants. But the
Right.
grants that we're talking about, which are the only ones that really have applied.
Correct.
So that wouldn't fall under that?
Right.
Okay, okay.
Already in code violation, they would not.
Yeah.
Okay, that was mine. I'd like to, at least the public sees some benefit out of this as well as the business does.
Right.
And I was just trying to reconcile that, so
I think when we started talking about this through strategic plan, we were really working on our fats, oil, and grease
Yeah.
and getting in
Yeah.
with the restaurants, and we kept hearing how expensive it
Yeah.
is. So we thought we would have takers to defray some of that
Yeah.
cost, but we didn't get it, so we tried.
We tried. Okay, so the intention with the grants, if we're going to eliminate the loans and we're only going with the grants, there's a benefit to the business, but there's also a benefit to the general public. And, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Marone, any comments? Mayor Petrillo, any comments?
A couple of comments. I think the spirit of the program is admirable and it's very good. I think we could certainly, if we could help some of our businesses, help improve some of the aesthetics, would certainly be beneficial to both the businesses and the city as well. After the last meeting, I had the opportunity to speak with a few business owners in the city, and I spoke to about a dozen of them. None of them were aware that this program existed. So I think we do need to take a look at communication. And there was at least one or two businesses that I spoke to who were aware of the program, who, again, I'm not blaming anyone. It's just their impression was that they could not apply if they were not a member, if they were not a chamber member for the business grant. So I think we definitely need to look at how we communicate, how we get the message out. And then the second part is, the vetting process for the businesses that are applying. There was at least one instance where, an owner with multiple businesses who all happen to be under 50 employees, but I think there should be something in there that this should go to the small businesses. I think this is what the intent is. The businesses that may not have the resources to spend, $10,000, $15,000 on, parking lot beautification or new sign or ADA parking or something else. So I think we need to take a closer look at that. That particular instance didn't sit well with, I think it was a discussion at the last commission meeting as well. So I think we need to look at some kind of vetting process. Those are my two comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Please.
So, I'm sensitive to the member and non-member situation, which you and I, we've discussed it for years. So I think it'd probably be in the best interest of the chamber and the city that the chamber steps away, and we do the same thing we do with the Quarry Market and the same thing we would do with the parade and anything else you do in the city is we will continue to promote, we'll use our database when necessary, and I feel like it would be in the best interest of business community and the chamber. We'll utilize our resources that way. Y'all can form a committee and vet the applications. I'll turn over the package to the city and we will relinquish our efforts.
Okay.
Well, look, the intent here was not to have you step away, and the intent here was to make sure that we had a properly structured program that is effective and has the best reach across the business community. So it's disappointing, and if that's your position, that's your position. We can close this item and then we can move on, and city manager will have to figure out, and our COO will figure out how we go forward with this program in the future.
Yep.
The only clarity I think we need is the unused funds.
We'll write a check.
Okay, thank you.
I guess there was no motion, no second, so it just dies, right? So the item's withdrawn.
Program's withdrawn.
The item and the program.
Okay, so we're on to items for discussion. Item 7A, which is the comprehensive plan.
Mayor or Vice Mayor, before we get started, I do want to disclose something. Our law firm, I don't know, might have been 5 or 6 years ago, teamed up with Calvin Giordano and Associates on a project in Longboat Key. It was a planning initiative, one-time thing. Lots of times they need lawyers as part of the team. We worked with them. I have no further contact with them. I just want to disclose that so that you all are aware.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think this this discussion item originally was a workshop from earlier today, and it was decided that we'd move it to a discussion item. There were, from the discussion from the last meeting, there were two. We put out a request for bids. We had or a request for information, I think it was, and we have we received 2 bids reviewed by the planning board, and they suggested only one. One didn't seem to be a match at all, and the other one was the firm as the city attorney just mentioned. So we wanted to discuss from the last meeting whether that was something we wanted to move forward with. Were we comfortable that there were enough, it got a broad enough appeal? Why did we only get one? And what do we do to move this forward? Because I think it's time we move forward. We've been discussing this exercise for quite some time. It's coming up on a year, I think, when we started these discussions. So how do we move this forward? And that's the discussion item, I believe, on the table.
Correct, and to provide direction for the city attorney and city manager to where do we go from here. The only comment that I will make prior to discussion is that my planning staff feels that the Calvin Giordano proposal is putting too much emphasis on the support from city staff, and we are really fairly thin on city planning staff. So if you want to go with Calvin Giordano, part of the follow-up discussions with them will be give us the full cost of you guys doing all of the work without having to rely so much on city resources. But wait to hear from from the commission as to what direction you want to go in.
I don't want to be in a situation where we are paying a bunch of money for these consultants to come in and just do information gathering and suck dry the resources of our staff and put together a report which regurgitates in a nice format what we already know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to avoid that. I just don't know enough about this process or this project to know how much leaning on the staff they need for just data gathering versus actually putting together consulting information that we can digest and make decisions about. And I think part of it is what kind of instruction are we giving these folks? What do they know about what we need and what we want, and how is that being communicated to them? And that's almost like part of the selection process to me.
Right. So my recollection is that the commission wanted to have like a 2-phase process. Phase 1, these consultants will come in and they will review our comp plan. They will meet with the commissioners. They will meet with some of our planning board members and refine the scope of work of what they're actually going to do. So that will be your phase one. Come back to the commission and say, I think your most critical items are boom, 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 and give you a list, right? And then the commission then can say, yeah, we agree with you, add this, reduce that, and then finalize the price and scope of work for that complete phase two. I think my recollection is the commission wanted to have the consultant start with an open book and then narrow the scope down, as opposed to us from the get-go prescribe the scope of work that they're going to be doing. Is it pretty close to what you recollect?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was basically that at the time, it was overwhelming for, you were in a workshop, a joint, and it was overwhelming to try to like scope it all out at one time. So the decision was to do exactly that, was to do a quick audit, you know, data collection, and then come up with a proposal, a more detailed proposal. But I have no idea why the response, because I thought the dollar amount that we put out there was pretty, it was reasonable.
And this came in a lot lower.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I agree that I don't want to do this and get something that's not really telling us anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I'm not sure that, all due respect to Calvin Giordano, I think they're a good firm. I really don't know them real well, but I'm not sure they have some of the qualifications I was looking for. Remember, I mentioned economics as being a part of it. I'm also kind of concerned about the legal aspects, because you know what, the public, we're not going through anything different than a lot of communities are going through. A lot of communities kind of like who they are. They really don't want to change. You've been living here for a long time, you know, concerned with everything from traffic to aesthetics. And yet we have a comprehensive plan that has been adopted and put in place before any of us were on the commission. That dates back to 2015, I think. And although I hear people from the public say, you know, they don't like 75 units per acre or they're not entitled to that, I'd like to kind of hear that from a legal standpoint, that can you just do that? Can you just say, you know, I'm sorry, our comprehensive plan says 75 units per acre under certain circumstances, but you know what, we're gonna cap you out at 30 or 40. And then as I kind of roll the clock back, because we've been talking about this as a community for well over 20 years, and the reason why we started this process way back in 2002 was because there was an overwhelming amount of development in Florida that was not hotels. They were condominiums. And when we were looking at that, and the question was, how come beautiful St. Pete Beach, that's got great beaches, great access to the interstate, here's where we're at. We haven't had a new hotel built in 30 years. We had planners come in from Gladding Jackson, which is now part of AECOM, very good planners, had tons of, hundreds of public meetings, went through this whole thing, and they said, okay, if you want to keep tourism in here, you have to change your comprehensive plan, your land development regulations, because right now you're allowing 15 units per acre for condominiums and 30 units per acre for hotels. And ask any developer, it's going to be a condo every day of the week, and that's why it's happening all over Florida. And when we had that discussion to try and keep tourism, at least allow hotels to have a chance, you could still build a condo. You could still decide to build a condominium if you own the property. You decide to do that, you could do it. But it gave a shot to allow hotels, and there were a lot of hoteliers that told me and the commission at that time that they were glad the commission was at least looking at that, because it kind of gave them a fighting chance, because they were offered millions of dollars to just sell out, close their mom and pop hotel, build a condo, and you know, everybody moves on. But I think our community as a whole didn't want to turn St. Pete Beach into all condominiums and no hotels. And so that's what kind of led to this process. Now times have changed. A lot of things have changed in the last 20 years. A lot of economics have changed. You know, tourism is doing really well. You know, that's not always the case. Construction costs have gone up. Land values have gone up. So I think it's healthy to kind of go back through this process and see, but I'm not sure this would be getting us there.
To me,
Yeah,
and I keep thinking about what you say about that condo versus hotel, condo versus hotel. And in my simple mind, I say, what is the breaking point? What are the metrics on it's just not worth, we don't have enough units per acre, we're going to go ahead and convert to condos? Where is that breaking point? And then when you know where that breaking point is, you work backwards.
Right.
And you say, if you give me the breaking point, then I'm going to take the hotel side of the breaking point and I want to look at the traffic impact based on that figure. And I want to look at the condo breaking point, the condo side of it, and what is the traffic impact on that figure. We already know what our traffic impact is currently. We've done traffic studies. We have all that, but none of it relates to what ultimately we're going to be looking at. And I created that framework. That doesn't have to be the framework.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of something where we're working backwards from the final product. What are we really doing? We're talking about how many units per acre, what we want this beach to look like, and what is the line of demarcation there where folks are just gonna condo it out, and then it's gonna be a quiet bedroom condo community, and then we got to decide if is that what the residents want, but I think that if we get that metric, then we can work backwards and we look at all these other things and say how would all these other things be impacted by scenario A and scenario B.
Yeah. So, and that's pretty much the way I saw whoever would do this would go through that kind of a process. And let me just clarify, I don't have anything against condos, so I don't want anybody living in a condo to feel disparaged, but the reality is, because my wife and I have a house, that's our primary residence, we have a condominium. It's kind of shocking when you live in a condominium in St. Pete Beach, I'm not sure we're different than others, is that there aren't many. I think there's less than 20%, at least in our condo, and I think it's maybe similar, I don't have the statistics, maybe you do, that a lot of them are second homes to people.
They're not full-time residents.
They're not there. They're quiet, it's shockingly quiet. But that means they're not supporting all the other businesses that we as residents enjoy. And when does that kind of tip the scales to hurt our businesses, which then hurt our residents? So there's a lot of dynamics that go into this. And I'm not sure, I was disappointed, as I'm sure all of you were, that we only got two. And one really wasn't much to, I mean, it just didn't hit the mark at all. So, but then I'm concerned if we put it out again, I'm not sure we're going to get more responses. So I don't know where it leaves us.
What would be the difference? I mean, why would you think we would get more? I mean, I don't think we would.
I don't know. The flavor of the one that I read from Calvin Giordano was like they were going to go over, most of their experience was kind of doing comprehensive plans or EAR reports. It's not really doing what we're talking about. So I don't know.
Did the language that we put out, did it have an emphasis on economics and?
Some of that was in there, yeah.
Made a reference to allowing people to bid together or team up for legal, economic aspects and stuff like that. Now we can always tell Captain Giordano, bring an economic team, bring a legal team, that this is going to be a team effort, and so the process allows for that. Once you say have more conversations with Giordano, right?
Yeah.
So I had reached out to City of Oldsmar, but I didn't get any feedback from them yet. I'm still trying to get some feedback on, because they use this company for I don't know what they did, if it was a error review or something.
I think it was
fuller. Number one, and number two, if we do put it out, the question is, will we get a different result? I mean, did we put it out to I won't say the right places, to places where it would get picked up and firms would look at this? I mean, because to put it out in the same way, I don't know if that really would do anything different than what we got today.
So I have a proposal. I feel like we're almost there, but we're not there. I feel like we as a commission, whether it's in a workshop or whatever, and sorry, Amber, we don't need to add any more workshops than you already have added, but where we can articulate some really defined framework, and it may be a 3 or 4 bullet point, and then we bring these folks in and say, can you do this? But we need to know what we want them to do, and I just think it's a lot more, it's a lot smaller in scope than these folks are probably used to doing massive, well, we do it stem to stern, and we're going to give you everything. And I think I'd said 3 months ago, we've got consultants and consultants and consultants, and we have reports and reports and reports and reports. What do they tell us, and what do we use them for? They regurgitate information, they give us statistics, and we use them for nothing. So I think we have a little bit more work to do before we get to these folks and see, when they're standing in front of us, whether or not they can accomplish what we want them to accomplish. Because they're probably going to tell us, you're going to want this and you're going to want that. And if we can tell them this is what we're looking at, this is what we think the approach should be, maybe they can say, oh, well, we've done that before, or we can do it that way, and we can bid it that way too. We'll go back to the drawing board and bid it that way.
Or they could tell us why they think we shouldn't do it that way.
Yeah, we need an experience.
They may say, hey, that'll never work.
Right.
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah. Right, someone who's done this before who can help to guide us to say, yeah, your points 1 and 2 are good, but 3, don't spend your time there, but look at 4, 5, and 6, for example. Mayor Petrilla, I can't tell if you were trying to speak. There's a little code at the top, I'm not sure, that says you're trying to speak, or, but any...
I'm here, I'm happy to chime in. To Commissioner Marone's point, I think maybe a workshop might be helpful. What might also be helpful is if we could have a session with a representative from the firm where we can talk through these things, whether that's in a workshop or in some other setting. To Commissioner Frislowski's point, you know, the last decision was really a result of a lawsuit. Really, no one got to decide. It's definitely not the residents. And so it's been almost, 20 years, 15 years since the residents have input in. There's been turnover, right? It's not the same city that it was the last time that we sat down and did this process. And I think, if the current residents have a different vision from what residents in 2002 had, then that's fine. And maybe somebody in 2040 will have a different vision and they'll make it different. But it should be on the residents who live here today to determine for themselves what they want the city to look like. And if the comprehensive plan, if it turns out it no longer meets that vision and those needs, then it needs to be updated and revised. As to the issue as to why we didn't receive more than 2 bids, I think last time I mentioned when we discussed this was that 2 things come to my mind. One is, I think the time frame that we allowed was less than 30 days. So that might have not been enough time for some firms, especially as considering how busy everyone is these days. And the second part is, we've had some internal, city commission and city staff situations that we've been dealing with, that some of the firms may have looked at and said, you know what, we don't really want to get involved right now while this situation is going on in the city. So maybe we'll just sit this round out. So we may be in a position where if we workshop this, or maybe get to sit down with one of the representatives, just have an open conversation, we're also at a different point than where we were 3 months ago. So if we put this out for, a second round of bids after a workshop where we maybe allow more time, we may get more, we may not. But we certainly have a path forward here with the current, the one current bid, to sit down with them and say, here's what we're thinking, and just here's some ideas we have, here's some, because again, to Commissioner Marone's point, the last thing we need is them, and looking at their bid, 60% of the bid is just finding out information, right? So we're going to spend $80,000 in finding out, doing surveys, which is great. But if at the end of the day we don't actually do something actionable with that information, what do we have besides just on the report that tells us, yes, traffic's bad? So those are my thoughts.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So is the consensus then that we have a workshop to better define what we want, and then put this out again, I would say, in the same and additional channels to make sure that we get enough coverage from potential firms? And then my other question.
Opportunity to sit down with the current firm as part of the workshop, or inviting them. So if it needs to happen in an open session, can we invite them to a commission meeting, or they can talk more about the process? We can ask them some questions. I think that's kind of where we're at. Is I think we feel like we need a little bit more information.
So if I may, Vice Mayor, the only thing legally that I worry about is procurement is supposed to be a competitive, fair solicitation process. If you're not going to select one right now to interview one, you'd have to extend the offer to interview to both, in my opinion, in equity, and allow them both to come in, because you technically haven't selected someone. So if you wanted to interview Calvin Giordano, I mean, essentially you'd have to select them first, and then that's when negotiations would start. So that's just my opinion.
So could we have a bid clarification meeting? Is that the appropriate
I think
way to
if
handle
you
it?
don't select one of them, whatever meeting you want to have, you have to extend the offer to both.
No, I understand. Because the other,
No, and you can call it an interview at that point. If you're saying, hey, we got your bids, the commission would like to interview you both and have some follow-up questions, absolutely.
Right.
You can do that.
And you can also ask them about, do you have other professionals, maybe not in your firm, but that you have relationships with that you can bring onto your team that will address the issues that we're bringing up, legal, economic, things like that, and be a way to better define it. But I agree with Matthew. Since you haven't selected one, I would not just interview one. You ask same question to both.
Sure, I mean, that'd be great.
I think we should bring them in both, because I think it's going to benefit us. It's going to probably help us. We might hear some things that help us more clearly define our objective.
and should we include the planning board in those, whatever, workshop, interview process, et cetera?
I don't see a reason to do that. Not at this stage. And part of the reason I say that is, we have this much time, and it really, when we're bringing folks in, we can really workshop. We're good at workshopping. And we could, with the boards, we can really workshop the heck out of this. And I just, sometimes it's hard to stay focused. For me to stay focused when we have a lot more folks in the room. So that's just my 2 cents. I value their opinion, but it's a lot of people.
Anyone else? So, are we clear then on?
I would just maybe caution about how, when we contact these firms, what we tell them. If we tell them we're going to interview them, that's kind of a signal they need to be prepared to come with like a presentation.
Yeah.
I think if we just say to them we'd like to talk to them and have a discussion about the scope and the process, would be a better way to do it, because otherwise, I just know in the business, they're going to take that as being, they're going to have to come in with a full-blown presentation and spend all kinds of money, and then they're going to get really aggravated when they see we're not making a decision and we're just going to put it back out again.
Right.
And I would almost guarantee you both would not resubmit at that point in time. So I think we just make it clear that it's a discussion about the scope and process. I think that would be a better way. You just kind of come in a little bit more relaxed to talk to us.
We don't expect them to make a go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, Commissioner Kozlowski is absolutely right. That's a great point. I think, you know, just an informal discussion where, you know, we have some questions about the process. You know, how would you handle this? What are your thoughts on this? Not necessarily a full presentation from them.
Yeah. They would come in a lot more relaxed, and they'd appreciate that, I think.
I think this is a good idea because they all have colleagues that do other things that may not be part of their firm. And if you just have a back and forth conversation with them, it may give them a better idea on how they want to approach it. So, you know, I think that's a good idea.
And I guess just to kind of think it through, we would talk with them individually and not with both of them in the same room. That's going to make it really awkward if they're both.
Typically, while the meetings are public meetings, you ask them to have the courtesy to each other, not to participate.
Yeah.
And most of them do, right?
Yeah. I just figured I'd make that clear.
Yeah. So we'll coordinate that through procurement.
Through procurement, right.
And come back with
You'll work with the clerk and, right.
With some tentative dates.
I mean, I have a couple questions. So, as you are aware, with this scheduling of this October 10th meeting, you all had a plethora of emails and doodle polls, and it was quite exhausting, to say the least. What I've gathered over the time of scheduling these things and trying to appease to everybody, I'm hearing that we don't want them on non-commission weeks. I'm scheduling them on commission days. So when I go to do this, should I only focus on commission meeting days going forward? Because if that's the case, we have October 24th, the 10th is booked. Then we have Monday and the following Tuesday in November. So we have the first Monday and the second Tuesday in November. And then we go out to December. So I kind of need to understand a little bit more, because when I'm doing this, I'm getting some feedback that it's making it more difficult for me. Also, I need to know how much time, because I assume something, but you all might have a different assumption. So I kind of need to know time as well. And it also would be my preference to inform these individuals that while it is a public meeting and we want you to respect each other, we shouldn't have them both come in at 10 a.m., right? We should kind of say, you know what, you come in at 10, you come in at 11, whatever. So that maybe they can better respect that wish. All the while it will still be a recorded meeting. So I'm happy to work with procurement. I'm happy to work with all of you, but I do need a little bit more from the five of you on how to do that.
So doing a doodle poll, why don't we just pick a date and time right now?
That's fine with me.
And
I don't know if everybody's got their schedules where they can tell.
I would be in favor of always trying to keep it on commission, at least commission weeks, and if not, the day, so as not to.
So we have October 24th, and we have November 6th and November 14th. Those are the next 3 meeting dates where we have no workshops scheduled.
Can we do one on one day and one on another day?
You can.
Instead of having them both come in at once?
As long as you are consistent, you have to ask the same questions. You do have to be consistent. So it's best to type up your questions so that you can do that.
And I will say, I'll work with the clerk, but you could actually not make this a public meeting.
Well, you told me
minutes would have to be taken,
but you told me this doesn't follow the statute.
If it's part of the
if it's part
process,
of CCNA, yeah,
it could potentially just.
Right.
I'll work with the clerk, but just mention it.
Yeah. No, you're right.
What are the dates?
October 24th, November 6th.
So I
November 14th.
don't want to make things too complicated, but I have a schedule such that I can't commit to anything in November right now because I could be out of town back on weekends, but I don't think you guys want to work on a weekend. So
We do the 24th at 4:30, October.
Yeah, let me just take a look, because I think the 24th does work for me. Sorry about that, but I got something that's kind of out of my control. But the 24th I could do.
Because obviously...
October 24th.
I'm good with October 24th.
I mean, do you think 4:30 to 5:45 is enough time? I mean,
No, I think we ought to bring them both in at on the same day, to your whatever the time is.
Yeah.
X hours for this, X hours for them, because those will be fresh in our mind too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do it once, and so we can move forward.
I think we need to have them back to back, just because it'll be consistent. It'll be good for us to not have a break in between.
Can we do 4 to 5 and 5 to 6? We're not having audience comments and everything else. An hour's a long time.
I'm going to speak for myself, not the 5 of you. I would like to get up and stretch my legs and use the restroom and grab a snack. So I wouldn't personally like to work 4 to 5 and 5 to 6. So I'm just going to say that because I'm sure other people are thinking the same.
Yeah.
And I think an hour is short, could be short for each.
Could we go 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 then? And then we got a break in between the commission? I can do that. Maybe 3 to 4 and then have a 15-minute break so that one team isn't kind of colliding with the other team going out.
Well, that gives us a little bit of leeway to run over in case one runs over or both run over.
So for now, we're just going to block out 3 o'clock on.
And we've got to make sure that this fits into their schedule also.
Yes, right.
This makes a big assumption.
It helps that that's 4 weeks from today. But you're right, one of the two may not be able to make it.
Yeah, so we need Mr. Taylor, our procurement manager, to contact them, and they may have a conflict, or not. Came in. Okay, we're good? We move on? Okay. Thank you for that. Let's move on to the next discussion item, which is 7B on the waste bin collections in Paso Grill. The reason this was put on the agenda is there have been a number of comments and discussions about the change, and just wanted to see if we needed to have a discussion. Maybe Public Works Director, Mr. Clark, can give us a quick update, and we go from there.
Is there, Commissioner Marone, is there context or anything that you'd like me to address?
Well, you're probably aware that there's been multiple complaints. Some folks are, I'll say, livid about the change in their trash pickup. There's obviously the commercial side of it and the residential side. I've been explaining to folks that the alleys are getting redone. We don't want 50,000-pound garbage trucks going down the alleys anymore. And folks are still complaining. They believe that it should just go back to the way it was, or there should be some other solution. I told them I've talked to Waste Connections, Bill and Logan over there. And this is how we're proceeding going forward. So Maybe you can give a brief explanation, because there was a letter I saw that went out. I didn't get the letter even though I'm a resident there. Maybe it's because I don't have an alley behind my house. So I take my garbage can out anyway, you know, to the street for the last 30 years. But I think there was some confusion about how residential garbage was getting picked up and how commercial garbage was getting picked up in the letter, which I think maybe we could be a little bit more clear about as this gets rolled out. But maybe you can explain, I guess people are wondering what the genesis of this is and why or how it makes sense going forward.
So, Commissioner Fritzlowski, would you mind taking a review of the experience that we had in your district when we removed 3 alleyways of very similar situation? How did that go with your experience?
Well, you know, any change, you know, people generally don't like. So I explained when I had residents, you know, contact me, a lot of them I walked through the alley with them. And I showed them how a garbage truck could no longer get through the alley because of all kinds of obstructions. Whether it was people, and we didn't have all the surveys, so it's hard to really tell exactly where people were at. But obviously, I could just have a tape measure and I could show them that it was no longer 10 feet clear in multiple different cases, whether it was this guy's fence or this guy's fence or this tree or that. And you know, a lot of people kind of understood that, but they didn't like the fact that, because, you know, it was nice to have the garbage on the alley and cleaned up the street side. So there was resistance from a few people. Most people accepted it. There was resistance from a few. And, you know, I told them, I said, you know, I don't know how else we're going to resolve this. The city have to get surveys for all these properties. Then we're going to have to go tell people to move their fences, move this, move that. And I think just over time, some people just accepted it. And I really haven't heard. It was rough in the first few weeks.
We're mainly hearing from the folks where garbage trucks do fit down the alley.
Yeah,
they can easily traverse the alley, but
yeah.
To Mr. Clark's point, the objective is you're fixing these alleys. I saw the one that is between 19th and 18th, and don't want them destroyed by these garbage trucks going forward.
But that was the big issue in Bella Vista, was that they could not get through the alleys.
So we've also pulled out of District 2 and District 1 alleys, but I have not heard anything at all from any of the residents or businesses on those alleys. So Commissioner Marone, the experience that we're having in Pass-a-Grille mirrors almost exactly the experience that we had in District 3. Folks don't like change. You know, it's not as convenient, perhaps. They had to figure out ways to solve their problem. Every property out there has its own personal uniqueness. So the solution for somebody on that house is not the same as the solution for somebody on that house. Everybody sort of has to figure this out for themselves. So this is not a new conversation. This conversation has been going on since my first year here, and it originated from Waste Connections, bringing to me the cost that they are incurring from their vehicles, which are being damaged on a routine basis, and their personnel, which are A, at risk, and B, are getting injured. So we have, you know, accident reports. And so in garbage collection, the dynamic, the formula, so to speak, is time and volume and weight. And that formula relates to a cost. So the time issue is the truck and the crew have to get through their assigned route in a certain amount of time so they can get off the island and get to the landfill in time to dump, because you don't want to leave that stuff in the truck overnight. The volume is a little bit tricky because it corresponds or correlates with the weight. So 2 cubic yards of brush doesn't really weigh all that much unless it's a tree, but it takes up space in the truck, and it has a weight issue associated with it. That we can't volume the truck out before the end of the route, and we can't weigh the truck out before the end of the route because there's restrictions on the roads that they have to travel. So those three items have to balance, and that creates the route structure that Waste Connections and the other companies out there, that's how they bid. They put those three pieces together, they figure out their route structures, that gives them how many people they have to have, that gives them how many trucks they have to have, and and then they count, add in all the other things that they add in there, and that's where you get your residential rate. If you want that residential rate to escalate and go up, then get in the way of one of those three dynamics. In Pass-A-Grille, the vehicles were having a very difficult time traversing many of the alleyways. Perhaps not all. There's a couple of shell alleyways that are wide open, and there's some paved alleyways that are wide open also. But when you construct routes, you still go back to those three formula dynamics. Okay? If you start doing one off and one eachy, and my house this and my house that, this alleyway this way and that alleyway that way, you throw the dynamics off. Okay, so we need to be consistent. The trash collection in Pass-A-Grille is not consistent, never has been. It's never been regulated. It's been willy-nilly. Some people go out to the street, other people go off into the alleyways. Some people collect up with their neighbors, and all of a sudden we have 4 people, in one spot. We have folks in the avenues that are, yelling and being upset about, well, if I have to put my trash out on Pass-A-Grille, then, what's going to happen? That's awful. Well, everybody that's on the east side of Pass-A-Grille puts their trash out on Pass-A-Grille, and we haven't had a single problem since we've done that. So the complaints are very specific to the individual making the complaint and the inconveniences they perceive that we have imposed upon them because we have done this change. Okay, so there's an element of inconvenience which irritates the emotional aspect of the whole thing. The dynamic of I refuse to do this because you bad government folks, you're imposing this on us for no good reason that you can't possibly explain, and I don't believe anything you say anyways. Okay,
Yeah,
I get that.
I think, Mike, what at least I have heard, I think you have heard this from a commissioner. I don't think Waste Connections is supporting your argument, and they're kind of saying, well, no, this is the city's idea, as opposed to, the city is reacting to our concerns. So that when that happens, the message is confusing. I think
when I talk to Waste Connections, they're echoing what you're saying. But when some of the residents are calling them, I think they're saying, well, it's the city, ask this, ask Mike Clark, that's the city wanted it this way, the city told us to do this. But when I talk to them, they say, we don't want to go down the alleys, we've got, people are getting injured, all the things that you're telling us.
So the unfortunate truth is both comments are absolutely correct. So you'll have people who will call Waste Connections and get a hold of a customer service representative who doesn't even really realize that it's St. Pete Beach and not St. Petersburg, and will give the customer whatever answer they want in order to get them off the phone. Then you've got the folks that actually do the hard work, who are out there on the street. And those are the folks that I listen to. And those are the folks that I observe. I follow them through the alleyways. We've got the photographs. We've got the documentation. There are encroachments in a lot of the alleyways over time, fences, garages, sheds, driveway aprons, poles, posts, trees, shrubs. These trucks don't fit anymore. The 50,000 pounds of damage that they're doing onto the shell alleyways is resulting in the rutting and the moving of the shell and the crushing of the shell, which reduces our stormwater flow dynamics significantly. So you're increasing these problems by allowing these vehicles to move through the alleyways. We also have issues where we have to do 3-point turns or 4-point turns coming up north out of the 14th, 15th alleyway, and trying to make that one-way right-hand turn when somebody's parked in that location is almost, it's a 5 or 6-point turn sometimes. And so whenever a vehicle is backing up, you automatically implement a safety hazard, not just for anybody who happens to be walking there, not paying attention, listening on their iPods, but for the folks riding on the back of the vehicle also. This has been a discussion. This is nothing new on the operations side of the house. I've actually floated this idea with the previous city manager and the current city manager and we just kind of bang our heads against the wall and say, well, let's kick the can down the road. Well, we kick the can down the road to the point where it's no longer tenable on the operation side of the house. That pretty much sums it up. So I will say that the letter that went out, the way that we do that is through the U.S. Post Office. You can go on their website, you can click a zip code, and you can select a area. And every address that receives mail in that area will receive a postcard, and that's the mailer that we sent out. In that mailer, it said, this does not apply to commercial businesses. Well, unfortunately, I should have qualified that statement with this does not apply to commercial businesses with roll-on, roll-off containers already as part of their service. Because the commercial businesses are not collected on the same day as the residential business for the most part. Some are, very few. But typically the roll-on, roll-off businesses, the restaurants and the hotels and all those folks, you see the Voice Connections vehicles on the island 5 days a week. And they're picking up the commercial trash because they've got the front-end loaders, they've got the rear-end loaders. So that's what we meant by commercial businesses. We didn't necessarily mean every small mom-and-pop shop down there that does not use a dumpster for collection. They use carts, just like residential, but they use more of them. And if you look at the construct of the contract, you know, a commercial enterprise is not prohibited from using 4, 5, 6, up to 8, 10 64-gallon carts if that's what you want to do. Voice Connections is extremely flexible. They have the price scheduling right there. So I fully get and entered into this this project fully knowing that the experience that we had in District 3 was going to mirror itself, if not compounded, in Paso Grow. There's a lot of passion down there. But I think we are at the point now in our operations that we do not have a tenable solution. I've had folks suggest that, oh, well, we just need to go to smaller vehicles. Great. So we're asking our contractor to recapitalize $250,000 vehicles in the middle of their contract? I don't, no, that's not tenable on the contract side of the house. So with the route structure, with the physical environment, with our rates being very agreeable as far as I'm concerned, I like my rate. I think we're in a good place. And for the folks out there that have these extreme hardships, we made a very good specific accommodation to one resident in one of the streets there. We were able to work with that person and find an agreeable solution that they were happy with. One by one, as they reach me, we have reached, I believe, with almost everybody. There's still one out there that we're still working on that I know of, but everybody else has figured out the solution to their new situation. And I get that there's angst and anger and the big government overreach and call it all the other things that it's been called. But in the end, it's about a safe operational environment and a service that we provide for a reasonable cost. And that's where we're at.
Thank you for that explanation. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mike. And thanks for staying to the end for us. Appreciate that.
It's a pleasure of the city manager and the city commission. Happy to do so.
Okay, so we've got about 22 minutes, and we're going to overachieve that or underachieve that, depending which side you sit on. So we'll start with staff reports. City Clerk, please.
So as I stated last time, there is an ad in the paper tomorrow outlining the City of St. Pete Beach's qualifications for Districts 1 and Districts 3, November 6th at noon until November 17th at noon. This information will also be on the city's website tomorrow. I was waiting for the ad to be in the paper. The qualification books will be ready at the end of October. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Yeah, 3 quick reports. First one, I want to get Julie up here so she can basically brief the commission and the audience that's watching us as to what we're doing in terms of the damages resulting from the storm and how the process is going to be working in the building department and the accommodations that we have made towards that process. Julie?
Good evening. We have just received one permit thus far since the storm. I think where people are kind of gearing up and in the process of sort of demolishing the areas that have been flood damaged. We have not required any permits for demolition piece for removing flood damaged materials. So that is a little bit different than the way some other communities are doing that. They're issuing no cost demolition permits, which we're just not requiring that piece of it. We're saying remove the flood damaged materials as soon as possible. It's a health hazard, especially with the heat that we have here. So we just want the community to know that we will be expediting permits. So if they do have flood damage, they will come in with their layout of what areas have been damaged, what types of materials they need to replace, and it will be an over-the-counter review for most permits. As far as fees, unless you give us some direction as to what you want us to do fee-wise, we would do our normal fees for permits, which are valuation-based.
Just to clarify, because it is a fee-based system, per law, the fee has to have a direct relationship to the service being provided. So this is not a tax, it's a fee. Now, the process, as Julie described, is being made simpler. So we could look at having a reduced fee for that, even though I think most of the people are going to be relying on insurance for this, and insurance companies will pay for the permit fees. We looked at some permits, and I think the one that you were looking at was about a $400 permit fee, that people will be paying based on the evaluations for the work.
For a $10,000 repair.
For a $10,000 repair.
It goes up.
Right, proportionally based on the evaluation.
So the reason, and Julie, thank you for that update. I had some discussions with the city manager about is there anything we can do to help residents who've been through a flood and have flood damage to get back on their feet, get their homes done quickly. So we've got an over-the-counter process, which for most permits, as you said, which is a faster process than normal.
Right.
And I think the question then is, you're looking for direction from the commission. Should we have a fee reduction since this is a simpler process?
Yeah, and Julie and I were talking about the idea about a $250 permit that could be done for a lot of the basic damage work, which is basically flooring and drywall. Once you get about 3 feet or so, you begin to get into electrical issues, and that becomes a lot more complicated. But the very simple things that are 3 feet or below, we can just say, $250 per permit and process that quickly through that. So if you guys are in agreement with that, then
Good with that.
Fine with that.
Legally, Andrew, because we have to go through the ordinance amendment, can we charge that fee as an initial fee subject to the change in the ordinance? So
Appendix A.
correct. Could consider that kind of a deposit, and hopefully before they close the permit, we would have been able to modify the Appendix A.
It's not ideal, but if we need to get this material picked up, then that's the way we have to do it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, can we initiate that ordinance quickly?
Yeah, it's just simply adding a line and a number, so we can have that for the next meeting.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay. See that? If that's the will of the commission, then
You were going to say something? Sorry.
Mike was just throwing in that, a sheet of drywall is 4 feet, he's correct. And usually it's a 2-foot or a 4-foot determination when it comes to flood levels. So, and once you get to 2 feet, you are involving electrical, because most people have receptacles, and a lot of houses, sometimes they're even at the floor level. So, yeah, it can get complicated, but, we expect to see flooring, drywall, and insulation, some framing, need to be replaced. So a lot of different materials at that level, cabinetry. So.
I think the easier we can make it for the residents, the better.
Yeah.
They're already going through a lot.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get into that. Thank you, Julie.
Julie, thank you. Thank you for staying.
Thank you.
Next one, I wanted to give you an update on the beach. It's not renourishment, but it really is the dune reconstruction program that's going on in Paso Grill. So Jennifer, if you can come up, please.
Mike and I together can give you a report. So the county mobilized today down in Paso Grill. We signed off on a right of entry similar to what we do with the red tide for them to get onto the beaches. They are cutting a portion of the wall by First Avenue, and then Mike's brilliant idea of putting another cut in the wall at Fourth so they can make an easy route, correct, in and out on there. And so they expect it to be 2 weeks. We are working on a couple signed temporary easements behind Starlight and Caprice. We already have one for Envy Point. So once we get that, that formalizes Upham Beach for them to be able to utilize and get back onto Upham Beach to do that. So that is the process. They don't have the timeline for Upham until we get those to them, which we're working on to help with the county.
And the actual work that they're doing, so this is not renourishment, this is dunes.
Correct.
So are they going to be bringing it in by truck? Is that dump truck?
Lots of trucks.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
So in our engineering world, city manager knows this, there's actually classes taught on how to do this kind of stuff. The vehicles that are coming, there's 2 mines that the sand is coming from, and these vehicles are going to be 80 to 100,000 pounds. They're huge, and their turning radiuses are tough. Those are the transport vehicles. And so you want a straight shot on how this works. You don't want vehicles backing up. You just want them to drive straight in, drop their load, drive straight out. That reduces our safety exposure and a whole lot of other things. It also saves the contractor time. At the transfer point, there will be other vehicles on the beach that are beach compatible, and then they'll spread it out and do the front end loaders and stuff. So the vehicle route, they're going to come down Paso Grill, take a right-hand turn on 4th Avenue. We're going to restrict parking on the south side of the street so that vehicles don't have conflicts with the southern side of the parking. The northern side of the parking we can leave in place, except for 2 on the right-hand turn side. Come on to 4th Avenue. We're going to punch a hole in the wall, and the contractor will lay out a whole huge mat grid system so the vehicles don't get stuck in the sand. We selected that location for a couple of reasons. One is the sand is already at grade with the sidewalk, so there's no transition difficulties. And the other is it's the center of the project, stretching from 7th Avenue to 1st. So the contractor will be able to work in both directions and then close down the center at the end and then demobilize out. So the trucks will enter through a hole in the wall. They will drop their sand load, do a U-turn, and come out through a second section of the wall a little bit further to the south. They'll go down the 1st Avenue and around the turn and head back out again. So it's a loop. And then in so doing, we speed the contractor's ability up to actually move the 2 vehicles through there because they're not in conflict with each other or anything else. So we can increase the number of vehicles that can transport per day as long as we can load them out at the mines, which reduces the amount of time that we're going to be in the contract, which increases the amount of happiness everybody will experience because we won't be down there as long. A lot of benefits, and so that's how we came up with that plan. And I'd really like to thank Mandy Edmonds and Jennifer for helping us. It was a team effort, and so Mandy deserves a lot of credit for the whole idea, the whole plan, and managing the whole thing.
Great.
What is the time frame when the truck's going to start? When they get it finished?
They already started.
They did start, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the walkways got torn down today. The sand hasn't come in yet, but it's coming in tomorrow, I think. They're ready to go. Yeah, they got the contract, they got the permit, they're ready to go.
It's amazing.
And just so you're aware, the plans changed from this morning until what we got back. So wanted to meet with them to get that out. I've sent to IT for us to have a website page, and then Kelly would be able to share a lot of the information then on social media. So we wanted to get the right documents. Tomorrow night I'll be at the Paso Grill Community Association meeting. I'm bringing all of those documents with me so they can have them down in Paso Grill. And the impacted streets, I think we know enough residents on those streets to start spreading the word on the
And
ones.
then they're gonna leave paths.
Yeah.
Where we did have the walkways, but we don't have them anymore. So that once the dunes are done, everybody can access the beach without climbing over the dune, because the walkways are gone.
Yeah.
So I guess they're gonna be mats for now, or?
We talked about that today, yep, with the beach crew. So, yeah, as we get the information, we're going to put it on the webpage, and then we'll keep sharing it, and it'll always be up to date. So if there's a change tomorrow, that's where it's going to land. So that's our plan for communicating that out. So.
Super.
Right, and when all of that is done, then the beach reopens, the parking spaces reopen, and
That's great.
Do we have any idea how long that's going to take? How many days of trucks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay, so it's awesome.
2 weeks and maybe less than now that we've given the contractor the ability to move faster. I did want to mention one last thing, is the height of the dune is going to be 10 feet NAVD 88, which is the discussed height of the beach nourishment for resiliency purposes that the Corps of Engineers has been talking about for several years now.
Yeah.
So now we're actually going to get to experience for a dune restoration before the dune renourishment.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good job.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
The county can move quickly. This is good.
sometimes, when the stars actually align, they finally get to move. And the last thing is on the staffing appointments for this meeting. We have a crew chief that was an internal recruitment that has been selected. He's the only person who applied for the job, so we want to move forward with that. And then the reclass of the senior planner to a planning manager. We have had a senior planner who came in a year ago. She's progressed very nicely through the job, and I think it's the right thing to just put it into the planning manager job. So those are the last two changes, and I would suggest that, given that Wayne is starting at the next meeting, probably will be right to remove that requirement when he starts, and it's up to you guys doing that, but I would suggest that you do that. And that's my last report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. City Attorney.
Yes. You all asked our office to attempt to coordinate a meeting with Silver Sands and the Corps to try to talk through some of the legal issues that have to do with the easements and the perpetual easements that they wanted. Matthew was able to coordinate that meeting. It's going to be Friday, this Friday, with Silver Sands, the council, and maybe some of their representatives, but also the Corps will be here, and so will Pinellas County. I'm going to ask Matthew to give all of you a call this week just to individually just kind of let you know what we're thinking about as far as answers that we want, addressed. We want to make sure that we hit topics that we may not have thought of that you all might have. So either I or Matthew will call you and we'll talk about that. So it's Friday afternoon. The whole team will be here upstairs. Hopefully we'll get some answers and maybe resolve some problems.
Good.
Great. Super. Thank you for putting that together.
Well, thank you, Matthew, for doing that.
All righty.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moreau.
Beware in Paso Grill, Duke Energy is doing some reinforcement work on their equipment. They're dropping new poles in certain areas, to the surprise and much to the chagrin of some of the folks who, these are on public easements, but it's pretty surprising when they roll in with 3 trucks and a big auger, and they're dropping a pole that attaches to another pole, and then some electrical equipment that looks very sophisticated and large. So I have talked to some of the folks who are been upset by it and explained to them that we do have a Duke Energy liaison that I guess they don't tell us ahead of time when they do this stuff, and then we find out about it. And I said, you know, I talked to Jennifer about it, and she said to have them call her. She would give them the contact number for the liaison so we can get these folks can get an explanation exactly what Duke is doing. We're also we're out there all day today taking out light poles on the east side of Paso Grow Way and putting new lights in. The new lights in that were the shorter, the lower lights. Other than that, and this massive dune project that's starting, that's really all we've got going on. I was out there with Mike this morning at 8 o'clock, and Mandy and the Gators guys that are doing the contracting work, and everybody's ready to go. So we're all looking forward to it, looking forward to getting the beach back open and getting those parking spots back open.
All right, very good, thank you. Commissioner Frizlowski.
Well, Duke Energy's not just doing it in District 4, they're doing it everywhere. District 3, and yeah, it's shocking to people. I mean, they're putting in new poles, and I guess at some point in time it's got to happen, but nobody has any warning or anything. And so I know a lot of people feel like it's in their front yard. It is in their front yard, but it's in the right of way. So I think we're all dealing with that right now. So, but other than that, nothing else to report.
And, Mayor Petrilla. We got 5 minutes.
I don't have anything.
All righty, thank you.
I don't have anything. Looking forward to being there in person in a couple weeks.
Very good, and thank you.
District 1.
Okay, District 2, I can tell you the same thing with Duke. Yes, they showed up, and our liaison was very difficult to ever get any proactive information. The good news is they're hardening the infrastructure and putting in new poles. The poles are wider diameters, including the concrete poles. Tomorrow we have, I'll be covering the Big C meeting in Clearwater. I'll be covering that for the mayor. Very quickly in the last couple of moments, just update people on the passing of a longtime District 2 resident, Betty Norberg. She was 98 years old, and Betty was moved here in the 1950s with her family. She was one of the early residents of the Three Palms Point neighborhood, first resident in the house, actually on my street. And what's interesting, I found out, is that she and her mother were instrumental in development and support of the St. Pete Beach Library as well as the Paso Grill Community Church. So very involved in the community. There'll be a celebration of life here on Corey Avenue at the Memorial Chapel on October 9th at 11 a.m. Family has requested memorials be made to the public library or the community church. So I wanted to just pass on my condolences to the Norberg family, and that's what we have for District 2. And if there's nothing else, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.